Gainesville, Florida is a small, peaceful town in north central Florida, known for its colleges, performing arts center, museums, and most importantly, the Florida Gator football team. In the fall of 1990, Danny Rolling disturbed that peace by brutally murdering 5 college students: Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Krista Hoyt, Tracy Pauls, and Manuel Taboda. Gainesville will never forget. This is his trial. Hey, good morning. How are you? We've got some things to talk about. Stuff is happening. Why is everything happening while I'm trying to live stream an old trial? I picked a bad time. Did you watch Sarah Boone's hearing? Because she is like off the rails. She got into an argument with the attorney for the jail. Like, things she was asking for, ways to keep her discovery. Why are you not a fan of Kranick anymore? What did he do? I thought he handled that well. She wants special treatment now. She wants stuff that other pro se people have not gotten. But at the same time, she doesn't know what she doesn't know. You know what I mean? So she doesn't know she's asking above and beyond. But I think she needs an attorney. Oh, not to close the hearing? I don't really think that matters either way, to be honest. Because you're going to see it in the trial anyway. But her arguing with that attorney was like, I'm not playing this woman's game. Because he's like, Judge, this is not even appropriate for her to be asking me these questions. Because she wants internet. She wants... The one thing that she did, she reminded me of some of the narcissistic people in my life. That classroom in the jail, she does need to figure out the game. Yeah, you're right about that. But that classroom in the jail, when they explained to her why she couldn't use it, she's like, but it's just empty. Nobody's using it. They could watch me and watch the other prisoners too. That's a narcissist. Because there are people like that in my family that they see it their way and their way only. And no matter how many times you explain to them the reality of the situation, they're going to see it their way and argue their way no matter what. And I hate it when people do that. Just because you don't see it in reality does not mean that that reality does not exist. So that happened. And the other thing that happened is Murdaugh's getting a new trial. And I don't know the specifics about that because I haven't watched the video. It just popped up like a notification that Runkle of the Bailey was doing a video about Murdaugh is getting a new trial. So that's all I know. So I haven't had time to watch that because of all the other stuff and this. So I'm going to watch that later. And also did you watch the opening statements of the Telus trial in Las Vegas. So he's not getting a whole new trial. It's an appeal or a hearing to see if he's going to get a new trial. Well, I'm going to watch Runkle's video later. So you haven't watched opening statements on that one yet? They have the whole entire crime on video. The only problem is he was wearing a disguise. So, it's going to the appeals court. Yeah, I have to watch Runkle's video. He's wearing a disguise. However, he drove his wife's car, and then when they searched his house, they found the disguise. But it was all cut up into pieces. And I was like, why didn't he just throw it away somewhere? Why did he cut it up into little pieces and hide it in his house? Yeah, he's not pro se now because he is a lawyer. But he's not pro se. And his attorney is, their defense is it wasn't me. Literally. Like in opening, he played like voicemails that the victim had gotten from other people, like threatening him and stuff. He's a investigative journalist. I'm sure he's got many, many threatening voicemails over his, I think they said like 30 plus years as an investigative journalist. I'm sure he's gotten many, many threatening voicemails over the years because that's what they do. They blow the whistle on stuff. So that's what is going around in the courts other than the other stuff that we know about, the new stuff. So I think we've got a lot more of bad recordings to listen to today. So let's go ahead and get started. I wish I could fix the audio, guys. I'm sorry. But we will just do our best. The first one is really, really short. It's like 10 minutes, I think. This was at the end of yesterday. They said they had like a witness they were calling. What is my phone doing? Yesterday he said there was a witness he was calling out of order, and it was real quick. And I think it's like 10 minutes. And then we're going to go back to the poorly recorded interview.
Charles C. Schmidt.
Mr. Schmidt, where are you employed?
WFTV, Channel 9, Orlando.
How long have you been so employed?
9 years.
And what do you do at Channel 9 in Orlando?
Director of News.
And have you held that position for some time?
Yes, for 9 years.
Were you in that position in particular in February of 1993?
Yes, sir.
Approach the witness, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what we've had marked for identification purposes, states 8E, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. It's the tape I brought today.
And the tape that you brought today, have you had an opportunity to review this tape at my request before today?
Yes, sir.
And what is this a tape of, sir?
This is a tape of an interview conducted with the defendant, Danny Rawling, in the Florida State Prison.
And what was the it done by members of your news staff?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify them, sir?
Kathy Bellich was the reporter, and the photographer was Ted Spruill.
And is this the tape did you have an opportunity to review this tape on or about the day that it was taken?
Yes, Mr. Spruill brought it directly from the prison and handed it to me, and it's been in my custody since then.
And what date was that, sir?
I believe that was in February of last year.
And if, by reference to this, would you know the exact date?
Yes, sir. I have it written on the tape here. It's 2/15/93.
And that would be the day after it was taken. It was actually taken.
Yes, sir.
So this would be a tape from Florida State Prison of February 14, 1993.
That's correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review this at my request before you came here today?
Yes, sir. Upon the issuance of your subpoena, I did review it again to make sure it was the same tape that Mr. Spruill had given me.
Yeah,
And does this tape accurately depict that which was given to you by Mr. Spruill in February of 1993?
Yes, sir. It's the same tape, exact same tape.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move in evidence, state 8E. I would request that I mark it after I play it. We can do that as an administrative matter afterwards. I
That's
understand
weird. Why is it at
objection.
Gainesville Station?
Yes, objection to the name of the rule. So you can go ahead and publish it.
I request it to be published and played for the jury at this time. This would be February 14, 1993, and I think it appears on here.
Just a second. Ready? Okay, go ahead. Bless your heart. How did this?
Here we are, Kathy.
Yes, ma'am.
Here we go. Can I help you with that? All right. So these guys have all told me they promised that they won't tell me nothing. They asked me how the food is here. They complain about it, is that they promised that they won't tell.
It ain't so bad.
No?
Not really, no.
That wasn't
Food though, you know, there's a big difference between that and McDonald's.
And the Cajun food, you don't get Cajun here either?
Getting occasionally. Ms. Bell, my lawyer's about, to make any, answer any questions, but I have about a 3-minute, statement prepared. Would you like to listen to that?
Sure, sure. You can,
I'm gonna take that as
you
long
can go ahead and
as
read it now if you like. I figured there was something you wanted to say.
about 2.5 hours. I don't know mileage.
At this time, I feel it
Probably
necessary
about
to
2
comment
hours.
on the blatant statements Mr. James H. Williams has made concerning Sandra London, Bobby Lewis, prison authorities, and myself. I'm compelled to bring this matter into the light because Williams has caused undue pain and problems for those mentioned, and on his own tried to muddy the waters and hinder the investigation in progress. Number one, Ms. London and myself have been corresponding for almost a year now. Regardless of what Williams has said, Ms. London is of the highest caliber, sincere and honest, a woman of extraordinary talents. If I were her, I would sue Williams for slander and defamation of character. She did not deserve the things he said or what the Gainesville Sun printed about her. It's just not so. I do not know Williams' reason to do such a vicious thing. It was totally unmerited or called for. I think Williams has left himself subject to be charged with criminal mischief and or obstruction of justice. Number two, Sandra London is a colorful and bright woman, intelligent, talented, and it's a shame the way the media has bashed her as of late. She hasn't done anything to deserve that. Sandra is a worthy soul who only tries to bring the very best out of all she does. Number three, Sandra London did not seek me out. I inquired her services because I had seen some of her work, namely a screenplay under the title of Redbone about the dramatic story of Bobby Lewis's escape from death row, which would impress anyone. And so I wanted her to do my story. Sandra London is not, I repeat, not using me, period. No one is using me.
I don't
care what her previous lawyer, Chet Dillinger, said about her. Can you imagine that? Her own lawyer sold her up the river. If I was a client of his, I think I'd find somebody else to represent me for fear that one day Chet Dillinger would have something publicly to say about me. Over the past 180 days, Sandra and myself have tried by protocol and through proper channels to get her approved to visit me. And she was allowed to visit me behind the glass once. Number 5, any and all parties involved in the investigation underway concerning the Gainesville murders have been and will be dealt with in an honorable fashion. The wheels of justice may turn slow, but they do turn. You don't ask of justice, it asks of you. Number 6, the prison officials here at FSP have not made any deals with me, period. Nor have they made any promises to Bobby Lewis or myself, period. I have not been coerced into making any statements, period. Number 7, Ms. London represents me as editor, agent, and media go-between. From this point on, I shall make no further statements to the press unless Sandra London arranges it. If you wish to speak to me, speak to Ms. London. Number 8, any further statements you wish at this time, please consult my lawyers, Mr. Richard Parker or Johnny Kearns, who are excellent lawyers for the defense and very capable of answering any other questions. I have nothing further to say. Thank you and good day.
That's it? You can't answer any questions for me?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Is it true that you are talking through Mr. Lewis?
I can't make any further comments. Good day.
Is it true that you had anything to do with the murders at all?
Oh, I stood up this arm, no.
You didn't have... Is it true that you had something to do with the murders?
So this was before he pled guilty, obviously. Orlando, from where I live, Orlando is about 2.5 hours. So from Gainesville, Orlando's about 2 hours. Like, when I leave my yard, I got it down to a science. I can tell you how long it takes from when I leave my yard to what time it will be when I am pulling into Disney's parking lot. So it's 2.5 hours from my house. So it's about 2 hours from Gainesville, and from here to Marathon, which is where I was born in the Keys, which is about halfway down the Keys. It's like 8 hours from here. So it's probably from Orlando to Key West, I would say probably about 7 hours. Because it's about 2 hours from Gainesville to Orlando. So that would make Orlando to Marathon about 6 hours, and then like another hour to Key West. So yeah, I would say around 7 hours from Orlando to Key West. Look at that. I did it in my head and it was almost perfect. 6 hours and 41 minutes. I know my state. I don't know anything about the Panhandle, though. That is a part of the state I have been to like maybe twice in my life. I don't know anything about the Panhandle. Just that it's an hour earlier, which when I was a kid, we go to visit my cousin. Like I said, I've only been there twice, but my cousin lived there. We go to visit my cousin, and I'd be like, how come the TV shows are coming on at the wrong time? That's when I learned about time zones. Yep, I was born in Monroe County.
The tape that was just played for us from Florida State Prison, do you know what occasioned Kathy Bellich to be there, why she was at Florida State Prison?
She corresponded with the defendant and also with the authorities of the Florida State Prison and requested the interview, and it was granted.
No further questions?
No questions.
I have a question. Who's this London person they keep talking about?
Next matter that the you want to move that into evidence? Could you move it? Okay. Your Honor, the next matter the state would be to recall Agent Dix to explain the following mechanics for the following tape. I just as soon start that in the morning. It's about a 3-hour tape.
Your Honor, states 80, the record was expected as 171. 171. Don't want to put it in the Dixon one more.
Yes, I start that. He's 5 minutes just to tell what the mechanics of the next tape is, and because it's a little different how it's recorded.
Let me ask about comfort.
We moved away from there when I was 6 months old because of things like that.
I would like
It's all drugs. If you don't move drugs or fish down there,
like to get on.
hard to make a living.
I would
It's
suspect
not a nice place to live.
Like today, I think we're going to go to the police.
I don't think any of my family lives down there anymore. My aunt had a daycare center down there, and it was in Marathon, which is halfway. So people that worked in Key West, like from the top of the Keys down, would drop their kids off there, and people that worked in or lived in the lower Keys that worked like in Miami, they would drop their kids off there. So she had a great business because it was smack dab in the middle of the Keys, and she had clients all over the Keys dropping their kids off there. But it was not a nice place to live.
Smith represented to you yesterday with the tape recordings. I would tell you once again, those recordings are, the word I use is redacted. There are things taken out of them either by agreement of counsel or at my direction. In some instances, they've been able to edit the tape. In some instances, you may literally hear the tape being turned off and turned back on. They're going to try the best they can to conform the playing of the tape with the previous orders of the court. Mr. Smith, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and let's hand out the books. Right?
And by the way, we will take a break.
Police court, what's being handed out now are the transcriptions that we referenced yesterday.
All right. The only other matter for the record is the objections that the defense had to the transcriptions itself. Both sides have agreed that they wanted these transcriptions submitted to the jury. The defense has had some objections concerning certain annotations on the redactions, the method by which that was done, running copy. I have ruled on that at the bench and I've overruled that objection. The second part is the court has a continuing objection to the admissibility of these statements based upon the previous motions by the defense counsel and those which have been argued in this procedure at the bench, and that will be overruled as well.
Agent Dix, you were on the stand yesterday, and my some observers noted to me that I may have misspoke as to the dates, so I want to go back one time over the dates here. There was two videos played yesterday, and we're going to have an audio play today. Would you give us the dates of those three again?
The date of the video that will be played today was January 31st, 1993. The date of the video played yesterday was February 4th, 1993. And the video played by Mr. Schmidt from Channel 9 TV in Orlando was on February, I believe, the 14th or 15th of 1993. It was just 10 days after the February 4th interview.
Now, you have said today that we're going to play a video, but in actuality, what you took on January the 31st was an audio tape only, was it not?
That's correct.
Could you explain to the jury, and I think it's already been introduced into evidence, the originals of which constitute simply 3 full tapes of interviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
But we're going to play this through this machine. Is it simply a videotape that's been prepared from the audio?
Yes, sir. When the court ordered the audio tapes to be edited, they were edited onto a videotape, and an image from the February 4th interview is just put on there. That's a still image that was on the poster yesterday. And so there's really not a lot to watch. It just shows you the setup of where each individual was sitting. The tape itself is an edited version from the audio to a videotape.
Okay. And just to give us some setup on this, in the beginning of this tape, for the first 40 pages, I believe, by way of their transcription, the participants are who?
Actually, about the first 12 to 15 pages, the participants are Sergeant LeGrand Hewitt from the Sheriff's Office, Detective Steve Kramick from the Gainesville Police Department. I'm there, Edward Dix from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and Danny Rolling, an inmate at Florida State Prison and the defendant in this case. About 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes into the interview, after we've determined why he's called us up there and what we're going to do, at Danny Rolling's request, we bring Bobby Lewis into the interview. And then about the next 25 pages or so, for about a total of 40 pages of your transcript, we're going over how this is going to proceed, because none of us had ever done an interview in which we had a third party or a mediator in the middle. And that first 40 pages, about 20 minutes or so, is how are we going to do this? How can we get the information we want and still do it the way Danny Rolling wanted it done?
And then it's after that the setup is identical to what happened yesterday.
Yes, sir.
So the image that will be projected here for the first few minutes is not actually the first how it was at the beginning. It becomes that when Bobby Lewis comes in and seated in the room.
That's correct. Then the seating is exactly the same as it was on the video yesterday.
Your Honor, at this point in time, and I don't think we need to turn down any lights for this, because it's only going to be a projected single image, and will play on the audio. I have instructed Mr. Royston at somewhere close to a quarter of the best break, around a quarter of 11, to break it at that time.
That's fine. However, if anybody needs to break sooner, just raise your hand. This is, yes.
Is there going to be an explanation that at some point we've got to actually read portions of this?
Oh, yeah, the state would stipulate that what's happened here is that because of the impossibility of re-redacting and the expense associated with that process, there are a couple of places where redactions were made in preparation for an earlier phase. Those redactions are no longer necessary, and either one or the other side will be reading what materials would have been on the audio had we been able to switch and play the original audio, which we could not do.
Satisfied with that explanation?
Thank you.
Good. Jury knows it's coming.
And I would release Mr. Dix to step down, and he will not be testifying any further on this.
With the Florida State Prison in Portland, President Maroon, Detective Steve Kramick from the Gainesville Police Department, Detective Sergeant LeGrand Hewitt of the Washington County Sheriff's Office, Ted Bundy from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and Danny Rolling. Danny, I'm going to show you my badge and credentials again. We did the other night, just so that you know I'm in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. This is Detective Steve Crane with the Gainesville Police Department badge. That's your badge and credentials. And that's the Grand Hero. Danny, can we just start with how we got here again tonight, what you did to summon us for officer number one? I'm not playing games with you guys. I'm not. They just tore my cell up. They trashed everything that I was at the Department of Corrections. The guards come in there and did. Jimmy, guys, the way to do this. I mean, if y'all wanted to know something, all you had to do was pull Bobby here and ask him.
It sounds better on this case.
Leave my mouth to you people. I told y'all that before. You know, I want to do something good for Bobby, and I want to see everything to be resolved. I'm tired of going this way, but man. Everything else, and ain't much for me. My hard work, even my Valentine's Day card that I worked on for about 5-6 hours, it's probably all tore up for all mine. You know, you need to do that. They take your stuff. Yeah, they took everything except just a couple of items. You're in there going over it right now, piece by piece. There ain't nothing in there. I'll tell you that right now. Well, how did you make contact to get us back up here? I just got after them tearing up my cell and everything. I wanted to know if that come from y'all. Was y'all tell them to do that? No, I didn't think so. Did you ask the officer to have us come through? Is that what you did? Yeah, because I don't want him dealing with me this way anymore. We're going to get to the bottom of all this, you guys, but not this way. You know, I want to be rounded by these people. I've done my best behavior. And boom, everything else is swung from here to Timbuktu. You know, let's say you moved cells, you moved from one wing to another to a new area or something. I mean, when you was Bobby, you see, Bobby's my friend, man. I needed support. I want us to be separated. If you guys can help us with that, I appreciate it. Well, let's do a couple things here, you know, like we did before.
Oh my God.
And then we'll talk about what happened tonight and what maybe we can do for you. Is that okay with you? Well, it would have to be one, Ted. Well, can I ask you one question? Sure. Who did you talk to on Wednesday? Sergeant. I don't know his name. The tall sergeant is in there right now, pouring over my stuff, you know. He asked him to have us come up, have the police come up. Right, yeah. Let's get the ball rolling. You know, I mean, if that's what y'all want, you know, and I know it is. Well, let me come around the side and let me let you read. You know, last time when we were up here, we talked about the paper you had signed, your attorney prepared, you know, but didn't want us to talk to you. You remember that? You know, I haven't even seen him, so I didn't think he was sure. I still don't think he knows what you're okay, well, see this thing, it's called the State of Florida Plan versus Danny Hill for Danny H. Road defendant, case number 91-3832 CF. And it's in the Circuit Court of the 8th Judicial Circuit in Fort White County, Florida. Your attorney filed this thing, but it's a notice of invocation and the right to counsel. I witnessed it. Okay, let's read through it, Danny, just see what it, you know, what else says, and if you'll read along with me. I can read it myself if you would rather. Can you read it out loud for me? That's right. You got your glasses? Because that's the good news or the bad? Well, this is the best I can get at this point, you know. They read fine, but just not particularly pretty. Oh, yeah, okay. It says, I hereby invoke and exercise my right to counsel pursuant to the 6th Amendment and the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 9, 12, and 16 of the State of Florida Constitution and case law thereunder. I desire to have my attorney, the public defender, or one of his or her assistants present before and during any questioning, interrogations,
I almost forgot. I asked Alita about the evidence because you know how they were objecting to all the evidence. I asked her if rules of evidence were the same for penalty phase as for a regular trial, and she said yes. And I also asked about them not mentioning that she was beheaded. And she said the reason for keeping it out is probably the balancing test that's required for every piece of evidence. It has to be more probative than prejudicial. So it sounds like the judge probably determined that this was way more prejudicial, which makes sense because it's a massively graphic thing to do to a body than it was probative, meaning it was less likely to go towards something that the prosecution needed to prove in this case. So that makes sense. It's kind of what I thought, but I wanted to double check. So that's what she said about that not being allowed in.
Hearing or other conversation whatsoever between myself and any police agency, prosecutor, or agent thereof, wherein there is any possibility that anything I say could be used against me. I thereby announce my desire to have counsel present before anybody talks to me about any matters related to this case or any charges pending against me or any other criminal matter in which I am suspect. I can reasonably be expected to become a suspect based on anything I might say. This notice is solely an exercise of my right and in no way is to be construed as any direct or indirect admission of guilt or criminal liability. I further state that at no time in the future do I or will I waive, that is, give up my right to have my attorney present unless and until after adequate consultation with my attorney, I specifically waive, give up all or part of my rights in written form. Notice is hereby given by me and my undersigned attorney that I will litigate, and seek sanctions and or damages against anyone who violates or attempts to violate my constitutional and statutory rights invoked by me with this notice. After being fully advised of my constitutional and statutory rights against self-incrimination by my attorney, I am signing this notice upon advice of counsel. I hereby certify a true copy of the foregoing has been furnished to the office of the state attorney, post office box 1437, Gainesville, Florida, and the Ocala County Department of Corrections, Gainesville, Florida. County Department of Corrections. And you signed that? Yeah. Okay. Then on the other side, there is something here that if you want to talk to us tonight, if you read that. I have been read this notice of invocation of the right to counsel. I understand my rights, which are stated on this notice. I hereby withdraw my provisions invocation of counsel. Previous invocation? Yes, it's my writing, it's not your reading, it's my writing, it's my eyesight, which is quite,
Couldn't staple it, they had to put it in
even though I
notebooks.
know and understand I have the right to have my attorney present, I do not want my attorney at this time. I am now willing to make a statement and answer any questions concerning the Gainesville student murder case and or any other crime which I have participated in. Well, gentlemen, I am not going to do that. But Bobby will. Bobby can't waive your line. Bobby can't. So I'm saying that I'm not discussing anything about the Gainesville murder to you gentlemen, other than through Bobby. Y'all want to know something? Talk to him. Tell us how that's going to be accomplished. Very simple. Ask him a question. He'll ask me. I'll tell him. He'll tell you. Okay, we're going to do that setting here. We're going to ask you a question or him a question, and he's going to ask you, and you're going to answer it, or? No, not with any third party present. No, with third party present. Okay. I want to make sure that Bobby Lewis can, well, I'd like to see the man and free man. In the end, gentlemen, it's all going to wash anyway. And it's all going to wash anyway. And let me tell you something.
It's so weird.
Done for you and for himself. all he can do in this particular case. At some point in the future, when Bobby gets ready to go in front of the parole board or probation board or whatever it's called, he has the option, him and his attorney, to bring this to light to the probation or parole board that he assisted in this investigation. That he has to a great degree, and you gentlemen don't know how much. But you see, I have operated in good faith, y'all. I'm not throwing any punches. I know what the end result of this is going to be, but I can't see any good faith in the way that they just tore up my felt. We have no control over the Department of Corrections. They made a big error in that because there was no need for that.
But you committed a crime and you're not in control anymore.
I don't know the policy. I don't know what they did down there. Okay, but let me finish what I was saying. At some point in time, this may help Bobby. We cannot promise you that. We're not here to promise you that. We'd be wrong to promise you that and renege on it. We'd be wrong to promise Bobby that. Okay, so we can't do that.
I knew this was going to happen eventually during this trial.
But we're here to tell you that if you want Bobby in here, that's fine. But we have to communicate directly with you and you with us.
Be quiet.
For this to be an assistance for you and I. Well, what can I do to prove to you gentlemen that this working relationship that I have with Bobby and myself and you gentlemen is not legit and on the up and up? What do you mean it's not? But it's not, or that it is? That it is. We have no problem that we think you are operating legitimately.
But he refuses to talk to the police. He's only going to talk through Bobby Lewis.
Okay, well, that's what we have to do. We have to talk with Danny Sloan. Okay? See, I can be sure Bobby, this would go well for him because
he's in the prison now. But he called them to the prison to talk to them. But he refuses to talk to them. He's only going to talk through Bobby Lewis. They're supposed to ask Bobby, and then Bobby will tell them.
The man's been in prison for 18 years.
And then will tell Bobby what to say.
It was a hired killer that made his living off of going around killing people. That was hired to kill Bobby. I understand. I put him on death row for that. And I can't justify what the system did 18 years ago. I wasn't even law enforcement. Okay. My understanding, and this comes from Bobby Lewis, is that he's eligible for parole within the next couple of years. Is that correct? Okay.
They can't promise you that he'll get parole. Oh, I said I'd be quiet.
Okay? But we have to communicate with Dan. Bobby's been a great assistance to us in this. And with you, you're the one that asked him to come to us. There's more to this than meets the eye. Much more. That's what we want to do. That's what we're here for. And I hope that's why you summoned us here. I summoned you gentlemen here because I thought that y'all had something really been trashing myself. And I wanted to show y'all that I wasn't just jerking y'all's chain and that I do want to clear up this matter. But in the process, I wanted to help Bobby out. Bobby Lewis, I understand. And I have no problem with that. And you come. If we get Bobby in here, I'll explain the same thing to him. Let me ask you one thing before we do that. At any point, you can not talk to us, but would you be willing to sign that so that when Mr. Parker approaches us about talking to you, that so y'all be in any trouble? Right. Let me see this. Yeah, see, I didn't make any statements concerning the Gainesville here. Y'all are saying that I am now willing to make a statement and answer any questions concerning the student Gainesville murder case and another crime. It won't be me, but it'll be Bobby. How is you know? I mean, even if you do try it, If you're signing it, you understand what this document says, okay? That's what it, you can stop answering questions anytime you want to, or not answer at all. This is kind of something legal for us, we gotta get through to keep going here. You understand? You're confused about our behavior, and most of our behavior is subject to every. No, how about if we struck out here with right now willing to talk to you?
That's episode 21. And we're going to do up to today. They're long enough today.
I am now willing to talk with you.
The way he did this is just childish. Man enough to confess in his own voice he had to do it through somebody else, and he's doing it to help him get parole. That's not going to get him parole. What's that going to do with the parole process?
You know, it's just like, you don't know what it's like to have what little possessions you have. Well, I don't know what went on. To take it away from you and not give it back, or give it back to you. Have you ever been to that before? Well, yeah, but not like this. Really? Stuff just thrown everywhere. You know, they took my Valentine's Day card, man. And I worked 5 hours on that thing, man. When you draw a beautiful card, and first you draw one yourself, I already hit it. Thanks. That was good. That was good. What's this card? What's card? This is a good one, man. I'm hoping it's not all wrinkled up and damaged. But at any rate, it's on the front of it. Y'all remember the petite? Yeah. Well, he's got that tooth there, right? He's trying to get that, trying to type it off, you know? And it says on there, you can run, but you can't hide. Then you open it up, and there's a heart, and there's a rose, and there's like some leaves, and then some vines, and then there's just a little thing there saying, it's a little tight, because you're in for a hell of a ride. And then there's a little jingle in there about comfort on the hand. She sends Valentine's.
I wonder where Mirabelle is. If you're on replay, Mirabelle, it's you in chat.
You did correct that you did want to talk to us later. You didn't want to invoke that thing that you said before. You did want to talk to us, is that correct? Yeah, sure. I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to see what this was all about, man. Because, I hadn't done anything to have him trash myself like that. Nothing whatsoever. Even the officers that have just treated me like a dog, man, none of them say I haven't treated them in return in respect. Well, they treat you better? No, not now, but when I first got here, yeah, they harassed me all the time. When you first got here, April, May last year? Yeah, the guards, they got to have somebody to have fun with. So I was the main one. So somebody straightened them out, I guess, and then they kind of backed off on me a little bit, but I learned. Try to make it. Here's something you answer your question and get back to yourself. Did you get the word for me? What? Doggy tired? Is that what you ordered? Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah. And that's another thing too, your day and dog short. I got to work from Father about a couple of days ago. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, okay. But this is cool. Don't exactly everything is being accurate because you're into the music like that. Oh, okay, there is something that you got, and in return, not a little bit, something really big. Sandra needs access to the either the master tape or the CD disc that she can get a good, just the song, you know, for the whole thing, for that matter, actually, guys, don't mind. That she can get a good recording of that. What are you talking about, CD? Or player stuff, you know, yeah, what CD? She was at it, made a CD disc off of my tape. You think that it was played on infrared, it was played on a regular tape player like that right there, but it was used with infrared headsets, so we didn't have to wire everybody. It was awesome. But it was a regular pop tape. In fact, it was the tape that you made, the original tape. That's what it was. Do you think that you could make a way for her to get a good recording off of that? Because I don't know. We can ask. That's all I can say. I really don't know. It's in evidence, and as far as I know, it hasn't been. It sounds like really that was good quality. I thought that was original tape. I'm telling you, that was because I was going to play it. Okay, it was original tape. All right, and it was just used on that infrared system, so you could hear it on the headset, so we wouldn't have to run wires. So yeah, I would like for her to be able to make a recording of off of the master tape. Like I said, I won't sit here. It's probably I don't know, because I don't know, but I can ask. The reason being is because that, you know, well, do you think my songs are valuable? I think one day they will be. I don't know if they are right now. That's a personal opinion. I don't know nothing about music, okay? I don't have to sing, I don't have to play nothing. Right. I'm telling you, you have to be, okay? You don't have to be, talking to the wrong person when you talk about music. At any rate, well, Danny asked you to come in. I just got through explaining to him that, he wanted to talk to you, or me, ask you a question. And you asked him, he answered you, and you come tell us. Well, we don't want to work that way. I explained to Danny that what I want to do, what these guys want to do, is we want to talk to him, and he answers our questions. We talk right here. He wants you here. He hasn't agreed to that, okay? He wants to help you, okay? Okay, and I told him that one day it may help you that you were his person to come to us and tell us all this information. But I couldn't promise you that, and I'm not going to sit here and promise you that tonight, none of these guys. Okay? And one day, I think you told me one of the times I was up there that you come up with parole this year, next year, in a couple of years. No, am I wrong? A long time? Well, whenever you come up with that parole, it may help you then. It may help you before then, but I can't promise you that. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you. So, I want to talk to him directly, and he thinks that, I guess, if I talk through you and back through, it's going to help you, and I can't promise you that. So, that's where we stand. We won't talk to him directly. I don't care if you can sit there all night. If he's willing to talk to us, that's fine with us. Bobby? Sure. So, I just want to work out that I told you all the time, I always want to do what you want to do is what you want to do. In case you say something to your answer question, we can hear you on the tape. So we just have to wait for the trial, and then you choose a witness. That's what it is. Contact the owner. See how he's going to do it. He's not blessed. No, your intention all along was to. Yes, sir. No content to have a witness against you. Yes. Yeah, Steve? Okay. Do you have anything else you want to talk about that before we tell today? No, I'm sorry. Okay, we're starting the interview at 8:50 p.m. Thought you guys would be interested in talking about it, but apparently understand. Well, there's nothing we don't even talk about Bobby. But we need more data. If there was a man on the streets that was a witness to something, or had information leading to something, y'all would be interested in that thing? For sure we would. We need a way to verify things. I don't think that you're going to miss the boat there. Danny, what would you think of if you did this the way you wanted to, and then we weren't able to do anything for Bobby in the end anyway? It would break my heart. You would take what's right. We're not going to like him, because Bobby's a worthy soul and he deserves a chance to make his life good. And out of all this, I'm trying to do something good for someone. I understand that's the reason behind it, but it wouldn't be right for me to like it. You haven't heard of in power? I know you are. You can get a parole. I'm not going to sit here and say you can get a parole. Y'all do things all the time. I don't know that I could. I don't know that I have the power to get so much good. You got some things to follow, but I was raised, I believe, and I know what you can do to put your mind to. I'm not going to lie to you. Just want to hear you. Oh, I appreciate it. Oh, you did? I did. You told me something a few minutes ago. Before you asked me about this copy of tape. You can't promise that either. No, I didn't promise that. She said, if we talk about something, someone talk about that. I heard. Hey, fine if you don't. Okay, fine if you don't. I'm sure Bobby would have something to tell you that would be real interesting. Just interesting. Very interesting. So you want Bobby to be your spokesman throughout this whole ordeal. And you set this all up with Bobby so that he can be your spokesman. He can be your first person. He's my confessor, dear. He's your confessor. You want to tell him everything you want him to do, come tell us that's how you want that to work. Bobby is a library of information concerning all this. And all this is just to get him into the courtroom. So did it get? To raise his status. Yeah. Parole or anything other, any other thing that you want. Yes, sir. And so my life will more or less cease after the trial to the extent that, well, you know, I mean, you can't really call it living, but Bobby can. He's got a family, he's got a life, he's not a threat to society. He's got a good head on his shoulders, there's no animosity in his heart. Man can adapt, he can make it. And you gotta give him a chance, and I'm trying to give him a chance. Well, it seems to me that the brand over there pretty much was clear on Bobby's done as much so far at this point as anyone could possibly do. Oh no, there's much more Bobby can do. He just doesn't know. We just can't promise him anything. You've got a lot more you can tell Mom? No, I don't have anything else I need to tell Mom. He has a lot more you can tell us. He's a library of information. You told us one time that you wanted to do this for Bobby because he's a friend of yours. When I was brought here and put on other land, The guards used to come to my cell and threaten me daily. They was gonna hang me, curse me, call me every kind of name you can think of. And the only person that showed me any kind of decency was Bobby. And that, in a man in my shoes, that means more than gold. He sort of took care of me when he first got in. He showed me common courtesy and decency. If I needed a pen, if you only get a pen for me, no, nobody else would. When you came down back this last time, the roll was down the roof. I don't understand. I mean, he was locked up in the room. That was kind of unusual. Yeah. He was behind the door, and I wasn't him. Yeah, that was unusual. He hurt his back. He was on like medical relation. He wasn't able to come to you then, but you were able to get out and you went, yep. So what do you want to do? You want to continue to do everything your father did? Yes, sir. It'll be the same as if you're doing it for me. There'll be a lot of things cleared up. Going to be. And by doing it through Bobby, somebody's families that are looking for answers, do you think they'll get their answers that one? 8:53 p.m. and return the tape over. We continue the interview with Danny Rowan with Bobby Lewis Presto. Bobby, when we were through that Danny had asked you to say anything about on that road. You want to be present when he talks to us? Doesn't matter. Well, I don't think it matters. I don't know if it bothers Bobby. No, I stopped it right there. We could have some coffee. Sure. That's what Bobby said. Sure. If we're going to do it that way, can we modify this thing here? How would you like to modify this to say very, very strictly just what we're doing here? What you're willing to talk to us at this time? For Bobby's answer. But this last one, I can put on here and I can say I am now willing to talk to the police at this time. I mean, you are in effect talking to us from time to time about things that your songs or whatever, right? Yeah, but I haven't spoken to y'all anything concerning the game so much. Right, but we can take that out and we can say you're willing to talk to us. Sure. Okay. Certainly appreciate it if you guys could see to it that people don't trash ourselves, and we deserve that. Will you slow the glasses back on and read that to me now? And if I can read it without Jamie, some things I can. You know that four line? I have been read this notice of invocation of my right to counsel. I understand my rights which are stated on this notice. I hereby withdraw my previous invocation of counsel. Even though I know and understand I have the right to have my attorney present, I do not want my attorney at this time. I am now willing to talk to law enforcement officers. Danny, when I made that mistake up there, would you just initial that now for me? I hope they didn't wrinkle up the Valentine card. It was such a good looking card. I wish you guys could see it. Wasn't a good looking card, but Danny, you see me sign that? I witnessed that, what you just told me to look at it, I can do everything. Now I can see what you changed it to. Yeah, before we go any further, I want to, this thing we just did, we read off through this thing, and that's pretty much advise you of your rights. I want to advise you of your rights to remain silent without counsel present again. So we have another form here. I want to talk to the signing on this thing if we can, if you understand these rights. In fact, if you read along with me on this one, Grant, if you'll read along with me on that one. You want to misunderstand that? Florida Department of Criminal Law Enforcement, you're right. Before we ask you any questions concerning Gainesville, student homicides, and or any other crimes which you have participated in, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used as evidence against you in court. If you wish, you have the right to call or obtain an attorney at this time and ask his advice before saying anything, and to have him with you during any questions. If you want an attorney and cannot afford to hire one, the court will appoint one for you, and you have a right to this court-appointed attorney's advice before saying anything, and to have him present with you during any questions. If you decide to answer any questions now, waive your right to first talk with an attorney or have an attorney present with you during questions. You will still have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. So we understand what my rights are. Waiver rights. I have carefully read your above statement and I fully understand what my rights are. I do not want an attorney at this time. I am willing to make a statement and answer any questions concerning this investigation. I fully understand and know what I am doing. No promises, threats, or inducements have been made to me and no pressure or what is that? Coercion, I can say that, of any kind has been used against me. And coercion is kind of like threats or anything. No, you gentlemen are probably the most honorable people I've met in all of this. I just want to make sure you understand you have the right to remain silent. I do, and that you have the right to have an attorney present with you during any question or any conversation you have with you. And then if you wish to have one, you've already got one appointed, and he can be called and asked to come up to you. And you have the right to not answer any questions. Well, this is saying that I'm making a statement, but Bob is making a statement, right? I mean, I'm not the one that's going to be talking here. Well, the fact that you are talking, I want to make sure you understand you have those rights and that you don't have to talk to us. You understand that, right? Yeah, okay. I understand that.
You're making the statement, dummy. He's not trying to help Bobby, he's trying to help himself. He thinks if Bobby's the one actually saying it, that he's not admitting to anything. Kind of like how Bundy did. Bundy Bundy made it all like it was theoretical. Well, if someone were to do this is how they would do it. But he was talking about his own crime. So this is Roland's way of doing that, by talking through somebody else.
You said that you don't care if he tells us something. Again, you asked me the same question.
Now it makes sense to me why you did it this way.
Bobby is my mouthpiece. I said he is my confessor, and so therefore, ask him. You told him some things, and you fully expect him to tell us. I fully expect him to, yes. Did you ask this? Yes, I did. No, there's no, there is absolutely no pressure on me to do this. This is my will concerning this.
And the Florida
I
trial
hope the
did.
gentleman will honor it, so, because it's a very delicate matter, and I would.
I think he did it
in some way.
one of the Colorado trials too. That's how he escaped.
Perhaps everybody concerned. Just to clarify something, you told Bobby some things, and you asked Bobby to be here about these, to come to law enforcement, and tell us these things. For the third time, this is the third time you've asked me this, and this is the third time I want to answer you this. Yes, this is so. Okay, I apologize for being redundant. No, I don't mean to get you upset. I just want to make sure I'm right, okay? Okay, thanks. We just wanted to understand that that was your. I apologize. I apologize to you. Okay, Bob. Maybe problem we have is dealing with the things that he's done. When me and him talk, it gets very emotional. That's one of the reasons why he requested me to do this. He has a lot of remorse and gets very emotional at times. Just dealing with these things, they're hard for him. They're very hard for him. He told me bluntly and honestly.
We got a missing page, Mr. Combs?
This is page 35.
You're missing 35, 34. Let's get these. You missing those two, right?
She turned the paper over.
We're prepared to begin at the top of page 34.
Okay, good.
Did you ask? Yes, I did. No, there's no, there is absolutely no pressure on me to do this. This is my will concerning this. I hope the gentleman will honor it, so, because it's a very delicate matter, and I would do it with all my heart. I hope that in some way it's some good can come out of this for Bobby, and perhaps everybody concerned. Just to clarify something, you told Bobby some things, and you asked Bobby to be here about these, to come to law enforcement, and tell us these things. For the third time, this is the third time you've asked me this, and this is the third time I want to answer you this. Yes, this is so. Okay, I apologize for being redundant. No, I don't mean to get you upset. I just want to make sure I'm right, okay? Okay, thanks. We just wanted to understand that was your. I apologize. I apologize to you. Okay, Bob. Maybe your problem we have is dealing with the things that he's done. When me and him talk, it gets very emotional. That's one of the reasons why he requested me to do this. He has a lot of remorse and gets very emotional at times. Just dealing with these things, they're hard for him. They're very hard for him. He's told me bluntly and honestly everything, I guess, he knew was that's wrong, and wants to get it out and get around what he said. I offered to help. He gets emotional for me too. Then hard. I told him most of the things he's done. I don't understand. He don't understand. He's trying to make me understand why. I know what he tells me. I know he's being honest. That's why it's been hard for him, waiting for y'all to come forward. If you get it out. Okay. And we're dealing with a lot of pressure from the people that run this place. We just got crashed down there for no reason at all. I'm not talking about shakedown. I've been there 18 years. They destroyed. No one got caught looking at that. Peek in there. You know, and this guy has done everything he could to let y'all know through me, and the best way he's able to deal with it here, what he wants to do. And he don't deserve that there. And I don't deserve that there. For doing the right thing. They destroy the things or just and Russia outside of his radio. This guy works for his art support. Family pictures and others and everything, and stuff like that. Everything's in the floor. Clean clothes is strung up, bent up, tore up, messed up. Trash, just trash. You know, they have guidelines and rules. This institution, when they shake something down, they're not to shake us down, sir. Well, prisoners in any time, they're supposed to do it in a respectful manner and put things back exactly the way they sound. Unless it's some form of contraband, and they have the right to take it. They don't have the right to do what they just did. And as long as they don't have the right, they certainly, in this case, should have no reason to be doing all this. Like he's doing straightforward with everything. There ain't nothing that ain't available to y'all, period, through me. I've dealt with good faith with y'all. All every way I know how, straightforward. If you shake down to a regular prison leaves, you got no problem with that. Prison I ain't been done like that. There's some times kicked off and did work. And we all want them out. They're still turning out stuff. They're still roads and photos and stuff like that. You spend 10, 15 years for your family photos and kids photos. And he has spent probably, I don't know how many hours recently working on that course for one person, and you I'm sure you, when you find cars in there, probably in the little store where they come up and go off. I did. Sure, I did more money on that than we're in Dallas with everything. All the little things in prison that makes life comfortable in the sewer, you heat a cup of coffee. So you can put the wire to your radio and take the radio station outside the city building and stuff like that. They pull off. They're different, right? And everybody else on the wing here is still remaining in their cell tonight. It's that bus. We don't have this stuff. Tomorrow morning, we can't make a cup of coffee. We can't pick up the radio station. We'll take us hours and days and sneaking around to get the same stuff these people have in their cell. We're trying to do the right thing. For him trying to do the right thing, he's being punished. We're trying to do the right thing. When there's nothing that I know of you. You can. One thing that you ask me question, you give me this glasses from the outside. Oh yeah, that's right. The sun is killing him in the dog. These glasses are doing him no good. He will find a piece of paper from y'all, telling y'all that they are his glasses. He needs his glasses, make it prescription glasses. Well, they're not sunglasses. No, they're not sunglasses. It's just yes, they are. My name is Chris Wallace. Those that you have, those are very big problems. I can get around here. Yeah, I'll promise you that, David. I'm going to check this mine. And could I have my ring? I'm trying to affect this mine. Which ring? The gold amethyst ring. I don't think they'll let me have that gold chain. That will be big. They wouldn't let you wear that in here, would they? Oh, I can have my ring on. My glasses, yeah. You never know that. The ring, you can have a ring in it? You can have a ring, you can have a the way you describe it is like a chain. It was more like you describe a whole bow bag. You have that here. You probably, a lot of people have rings that get small chains. Certainly you can have exactly that. But those glasses were better than these you got there? Probably much more so, yeah. And he's doing a great deal of right for me. Couldn't get mad at Well, those questions, I didn't remember them being bifocal, but those look like bifocals. They are. Did you get those looking right in your eye? I don't know, maybe my eyesight is damaged from that. Oh, I know, there's no doubt that they are, and it just, it affects me at different times, more so than others. I get around it. I have to go to the attorney and ask them. I think that was it's up to the attorney, but I'll be glad to ask. But you do a lot of meticulous drawing and everything that makes you. I wish you guys could see it, but I bet right now, man, every bit of it's just trash. And I'm talking about hours and hours and hours of drawing and painting. You know, just we check ourselves. Don't have to say to a mustard seed, that's not what you were. That's right, don't have that. Maybe it's fun. Maybe it is. Maybe it is, man. Mustard seed, it's a big plant, right? Yeah, I think, man, maybe that's all be all right. So we'll forever come down here to speak to you guys, believe it or not. So this would go in a manner that would be respectful. I hope that, you know, let's get talking. I'm sure you guys have jobs. And you want to ask about me, Bobby's got jobs. I think he wants to tell you. Well, why don't we take a break? It's 9:15 p.m. We'll stop and take it up. Okay, we turn the tape back on. It's 9:30 p.m. Danny, you got your cup of coffee and what you said before that's all you had. Thank you. Very good.
Maybe
So how are we going to proceed here?
a 2.5 hour drive.
Okay, here we go.
In Gainesville? But still, why so late at night?
Where's Williams starting? How do we describe the location? Williamsburg Park. Where are we trying building water level? So I'm not going to answer any of the questions concerning any of that. There's a man who needs to go out there. He doesn't answer that. They're going to ask me this again. I told you, Bob is my mouthpiece. He is my confessor. I have confessed to him. He will speak to me. I'm free to give y'all any answer y'all want to sign all 500 St. James, they'll be worried about whatever. But me too. You're all in behind the burns quick stop. So what's be responsible for it? For the answer to all questions concerning. Did you remember where burns quick stop was? There was a little convenience store across 34th Street from the campsite. Where you and Tony Dancy went off the road that night and went in. You two are not going to do this the way I asked y'all to do it, or y'all want to continually ask me questions when I ask y'all to talk about it. Is that what y'all have in mind? You said I could ask you questions? No, gentlemen. I said you could talk to Bobby, and y'all are speaking to me. I will discuss this. I'll discuss it with Bobby. Bobby will discuss it with you. What's not a working situation? If Bobby yells or something, will you verify or clarify? I'm giving him complete and total let me see if I understand something.
No. It take us 3 hours long.
You do not want to speak with us, actually. You want us to talk directly with Bobby. I am speaking to you. Well, answer my question. About these homicides, you don't want to talk to us about the homicides. You want us to ask him to correct me, is that correct? That's what we discussed the minute I came in. You're not working. Here's your copy. Okay, let me ask you this, if we get the information from Bob, and we want to clarify something, can you clarify for us?
I'm not gonna add 2 cents to this.
Okay, so a workable situation, add anything. Okay, we'll terminate the interview at 9:35 p.m. Okay, it's 9:50 p.m. Still present in the room were Detective Craig, Sergeant Hewitt, Detectives from FDLE, Bobby Lewis, and Danny Rowland. Danny, just to go back, we went over this invocation of counsel that you had signed earlier from Mr. Parker, and that you said you wanted to talk with us tonight. Is that correct? And you asked us to come here through your Wing Corrections officer. You had called him and requested us come
I don't
through and talk to you tonight.
I'm not going to talk to you.
And then we went through these, the rights that you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used as evidence against you in court. If you wish to have if you wish, you have the right to call or obtain an attorney at this time and ask his advice before saying anything, and have him with you during any questions. If you want an attorney, cannot afford to hire one, the court will appoint one for you, which they have done in Mr. Parker, the public defender in Washington County. Before saying anything, and have him present with you during any questions. If you decide to answer any questions now, waive your rights to first talk with an attorney or have an attorney present with you during any questions, you will still have the right to stop answering any questions until you talk to an attorney. You signed that a little earlier, about 9 o'clock. You still wish to talk to us, Danny, understanding those rights?
Is this a confession? Now I have another question for Alita.
And just for the tape purposes, while we were on tape, we discussed how we can make this a workable situation for you, for Bobby, and for us. My understanding is that Bobby's your spokesman, and you want him to answer and tell about these stories. And one of the reasons is because it traumatizes you and it upsets you so bad. My understanding is now that we're going to go through some of these crimes, and we're going to ask, Bob's going to tell us about them. And for verification or for clarification, you're willing to do that for us. Is that correct?
You traumatized so many people.
You know, we're here interested in the Gainesville homicide. And the first question I ask is on August 26th, 1990, at the Williamsburg Apartments in Gainesville, Florida. There was 2 female victims killed, one being Christine Powell, the other one being Sonia Larson. The bodies were discovered on the 26th. Bodies were discovered on the 26th, I'm sorry. Was Danny Rowling responsible for these homicides?
Yes, it was. The thing we're going to be talking about, I have notes and I wrote out in the self-addressed envelope to my lawyer that I may keep you referred to in details to refresh myself without. We went over many stories and many details and many reasons why, and it's a whole lot. And I don't want, this is so important, I don't want to get anything incorrect. And the notes that I have inside my file pertaining to this here, I have them in word for word as they was given to me by him. They were written out by him. He gave them to me, and I made a copy of it. The exact copy, word for word.
Okay.
These are different things I have filled inside the investigator's office for my lawyer.
Okay, if we need to get those, we'll try to get those later.
We're going to be.
You need those to refer to
Yes,
them.
sir. I don't want to make no mistake. I don't add nothing, take nothing away. I want to be totally correct in everything that was told.
And they're in an envelope addressed to your attorney? I have. Do you have them in? Oh, they gave it to me before y'all came up. I think I have a bunch of envelopes. I haven't had time to go through them because y'all are on the way out, but I didn't want to put it off.
So that's what,
You want them in here, Nick? Yes, sir.
my lawyer already talked to him about this issue here. Let me get,
This is the envelope. I walk over there. This is the envelope.
yeah, but there's things in the envelope that you want to be told today, there's things inside the envelope he does.
Well, I'm going to put it in the envelope. This is stuff to
Yes, sir.
Okay, Bobby, what hours do you want? Just about.
So about 4 or 5. You have to hand it to me for me to see which set of papers is the set of papers I want.
Okay. You gave the rolling papers to your lawyer?
Yeah. I don't want to lose them.
Well, did you have one of those, sir?
I did, but I think that they've trashed that. He said they haven't signed this over on the back. I wanted to keep it.
You were going to send us a copy and you never did. I'm not. No, I hadn't. As soon as I see Sandra, I was going to tell her to send y'all one. Yeah, talk to her later. No, I haven't had a chance to see her. Yeah, Bob, I asked a specific question and you got off onto a dissertation and I want to try to keep us focused on the specifics right now, okay, if you don't mind. Okay, and I think the question was about the Williamsburg crime scene. Was Danny Rowley responsible for those homicides?
Please repeat the question.
Okay, on August 26th of 1990, there was 2 bodies found at Williamsburg Apartments in Gainesville, Florida. One being Sonia Larson, the other one being Christine Powell. Was Danny Rowley responsible for this homicide?
Yes, he was.
Is that correct, Danny? Yes, sir. Okay. Could you tell me how this homicide occurred?
In general or in detail, that without referring to my notes, and I haven't found it yet. I can tell you.
This is all they left in there.
Well, then I have another white envelope and a small white envelope.
I have an envelope that has a white envelope in it.
Okay. And it has a another white envelope.
That's the only 2, and that's the only 2 I received tonight. Is there, tell me what it consists of, I may have.
It has all 5 total, let me ask you a question. Gainesville murder confession, word for word, done by him, copied by me, in my handwriting.
Okay, for the purpose of the process of doing what now seems to be somewhat working here, can you just answer as best you can recall? And if there's some problem,
We can do that.
I'll try that and see if that does. Okay. And if, maybe Danny can help that one. I don't see it. Case number. Okay. What was the question? Do the question again.
We're getting in that copy.
Well, it'll be perfect. What time is it?
You have it.
These are pretty short, aren't they?
60.
Would we want to start that, or just start on fresh one here, it's 10 p.m., which. All right, it's 10 p.m., January 31st, this is tape number 2, present with Detective Crane, Sergeant Hewitt, Special Agent FDX, Bobby Lewis, and Daniel.
Okay, we've given you a 5-page letter that we received sometime last week. That my understanding is that this is a letter originally written by Danny Rowland. Then it was transcribed in your handwriting, verbatim what he had, and his was destroyed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and it describes the 5 Gainesville student homicides. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Danny, is it correct that you wrote this first and gave it to Bobby to put in his handwriting and send to us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go back to the Williamsburg crime scene, and if you would describe to us how this homicide occurred.
Is that from your law?
That's correct.
The time was about 3 p.m. Danny entered the third-story apartment of Sonia Larson and Christine Powell through the back door at the top of the stairs. The door was unlocked. Christine Powell was asleep on the couch in the living room. When I'm using the terms I'm using the terms I referring to Danny.
Okay.
I stood over her for a moment, then crept up the staircase into Sonia Larson's second floor bedroom. She was stabbed several times. The first blow landed in the area of her upper left chest near the collarbone. At the same instant, I pressed a double strip of masking tape over her mouth to muffle her cries. She fought and I stabbed her again. She tried to bend the blows with her arms. One blow pierced her right upper breast, but only nicked it. She continued to struggle, and I stabbed her again. I'm not sure how many times or where, except the last blow was inflicted to the inside of the left side. The whole thing lasted maybe 30 seconds, and she died.
Okay, just for clarification purposes, the first thing you said that, first of all, Danny, is what written there, is that true? Okay, what I'd like to do is first clarify the time. What time of day is it?
3 p.m.
Okay, give me your idea of what 3 p.m. is.
3 p.m. at night, early morning.
Okay, we need some clarification here. Was it in the wee hours of the morning, or was it in the middle of the afternoon?
We are in the morning.
Is that correct, Ann? So we're talking 3 a.m. instead of 3 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that right, Ann? Okay.
Then I crept back down the stairs and stood over Christine Powell. She had not heard anything and was still asleep on the couch. I then pressed a double strip of masking tape over her mouth. She put up really just.
What we're listening to is Danny Rowling made a friend. I don't know if this was his cellmate or what, but made a friend in prison. And he decided, okay, so he's in the Florida State Prison, which is in Rayford, which is about 2.5 hours north of Gainesville. And he called the detectives and told them to come to the prison to interview him. They get there and he tells them he's not going to tell them anything. Bobby Lewis is going to tell them. So He tells him the reason he's doing this is because Bobby Lewis is going to be up for parole soon, and he wants to help Bobby out because he's a good person, and he thinks that if Bobby Lewis does this, that Bobby Lewis will get his parole. But in actuality, which he does admit later to the detectives, well, I'm not telling you anything. Bobby's telling you this. Bobby's my confessor. I'm not telling you I did anything. So basically, he's doing the same thing that Bundy did, because Bundy said, like, he made everything theoretical. His thing was like, well, the killer could have done this or could have done that. Like, if I was a killer, I would have done it this way or that. Like, he made it theoretical, although he was talking about his own crimes. So in Danny Rolling's case, he's like, this part's just audio, but yesterday there was video of it as well. And they would ask the guy something, and then Danny would lean over, whisper in his ear, and then the guy would tell him. So it's just bizarre. I didn't understand the point of it yesterday, but I think they played it out of order because it was all explained at the beginning of the tape today, and they didn't explain why they were doing it that way yesterday. So I think they're playing stuff out of order, and I don't know why, but it's bizarre.
Stripped her and raped her. Then led her to the middle of the living room. Made her lay down on her stomach and stabbed her in the back one time through the heart or upper right lung. Then I went back upstairs and removed the tape from Miss Larson. She had on panties printed with little animals on them. I think they were teddy bears. I'm not sure. But I removed them and spread her legs. I had no sex with her. I only looked. Then I descended the staircase, pulled out on the back of Miss Christina Powell, removed the tape from her mouth and hands, and dish out her vagina with a cleanser they had in the kitchen. Turned her over on her back and moved to the kitchen, where I ate an apple and a banana, left taken, which was on where the next day.
Okay. Is this part that Bobby read, is that true, Dan? Whenever you left the apartment, Danny, did you take anything?
They didn't take nothing but what was inside.
Is that true, Danny?
Yeah.
While in the apartment, did you go through any of the belongings of the victim?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Can you answer that question?
No, I did not.
Okay.
The number of times that Christina Powell drove downstairs was stabbed.
I stood up with Christine Powell. She had not heard anything and was still asleep on the couch. I then pressed the double strip of the masking tape over her mouth. She looked over to this. I take her hands behind me. I don't think we got to that close. Yes, we did. I stripped her, ran her and led her to the middle of the living room, made her lay down on her stomach and stabbed her in the back one time through the heart or off her right lung.
Danny, good correct, it was only one time.
That is correct.
What kind of weapon was used?
To use Marine military keyboard.
Is that correct, man? That's correct. Where was this knife? Where did you get the knife from?
He bought it from an Army and Navy store in Tallahassee, Florida.
Is that correct, man?
Yes.
Do you know where the Army Navy store is?
Downtown Tallahassee. Can't be that many in the Army Navy stores because it's bought from a blonde-headed woman who, because it changed the exchange of conversation, she reacted like she thought Daddy was suspicious and a good chance that she would remember him and selling that phone.
Is that correct, man?
Do you know if it was near the bus station in Tallahassee?
Yes.
It was. Do you know, probably you know what happened to the tape? For 15,000 Sunday Larson?
No, I don't.
Could you answer that question, man?
If you took it with you when you left? What? Did you take it with you when you left? What? The tape? Yeah. The tape from the hands, the tape from the mouth.
Has it gone?
I think it already should at the very beginning, going into where the door was unlocked. Did it require any kind of,
No, sir.
just really put it up, just turn the handle and open?
Slide glass door, just put it open all there.
And on this first scene, was a slide glass door?
And the first thing, the one we were just describing,
Upstairs apartment. Was that a sliding glass door?
I'm not sure the door was just unlocked.
That was not a sliding glass door. Did that require any kind of crime to get it open?
You know what, the door was unlocked.
Door was unlocked,
You just opened the door off.
just opened it. There was no tool used on that door.
He had a screwdriver to use, and then you
So you didn't need it at this point. You used the
long handle screwdriver open it.
did you use it at all at Williamsburg, the screwdriver? Is that correct, Dan? That is correct.
That is that question.
Whether a screwdriver or any kind of pry tool was used at Williamsburg, and he said no.
You all right?
More coffee in there, please. We're going to have to stop around over two. Y'all keep going, and I'll see if we can get that.
Okay, I'm going to go to crime scene 2 on August 27th of 1990. The body of Krista Hoyt was found in her apartment on Southwest 24th Avenue in Gainesville, Florida. Is Danny Rowling responsible for that homicide?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, Danny? Yes, sir. Okay. How did that homicide occur?
The time was about 10 p.m. We'll refer to the 10 p.m. at night.
Okay.
He entered the rear double-glass sliding door of Miss Christine Hoyt's duplex apartment, using a large screwdriver. Once inside, I moved a bookcase from behind the front door and the corner of the living room to the bedroom, in order to be able to surprise Miss Hoyt upon her arrival home. Then at about 11 or 11:30, I observed her walking across the grass towards her apartment, carrying a tennis racket and ball. She was dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, tennis shoes. She entered the apartment, sensed that she was no longer too late. I was upon her, and the brief struggle began. She was taken to the floor, her hands taped behind her back, her mouth taped, masking tape was used. Then she was led to the bedroom and placed on the water bed. Her tendencies were then removed along with the rest of her clothing except for her socks. I think they were left on. I began to play with her and discovered she was on her period. I pulled out the Kodak and threw it on the floor. Then raped her, then turned her over on her stomach and stabbed her one time in the heart, through the back. She died quickly, 8 to 10 seconds, and it was over. Then I removed the tape from her hands and mouth when I turned her over on her back. Then I left. Later, I discovered I had lost my wallet. I went back to Miss White's apartment about an hour before sunrise and searched for it, but did not find it. Then I set the body of Miss White on the edge of the bed of her waterbed. Propped her elbows on her knees, her hands resting on the inside of her thighs. As I did so, a stream of blood poured from her left breast and pooled at her feet. I then left. Later that day, I telephoned the police station and asked if a wallet had been found with Michael Kennedy's ID in it. It should be on the police tape.
Bobby, the incident you just described, is it true and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, Ken? The bookshelf, can you describe in the apartment where it was at?
Originally, it was right beside the door. So when you open the door, you can stand behind the door. So when you step inside without seeing it.
If I was walking in the door like she did that night, would it be on my left side or on my right
Side of the door.
I don't know which side the door handle was on. If I was coming through the door, do you know if it'd be on my left or right?
You would be coming from behind the door.
If you were coming through the front door, you were actually walking the front door, would the bookshelf be on your left or on your right?
If the door open to the outside.
I'm confused.
Okay. This was the door right here. Well, I had to move it to the outside, just like this. And I was coming like that. Would be all right.
Opposite side of the door.
So you're saying that the bookshelf would have been on the right side as I come in, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that correct, Anthony? Whenever Danny first moved the bookcase, where at the apartment did he move it?
To the back bedroom.
Is that correct, Anthony?
Yes.
Was the bookshelf moved for a second time?
I don't know.
Would you be able to clarify, Danny? Was the bookshelf moved a second time? If you don't remember, that's fine.
I think so.
Okay.
Why? Was it somewhere else?
No, it was in the bedroom. We'll go back to the first crime scene and the second crime scene. Can you describe to me how the clothes were taken off the victim?
That's right.
Would you be able to do that for us, Dan? You wouldn't be able to do that for us?
If you have questions that I'm not able to answer, if you will write them down for me, he will give me the answer. I will give it to you just like we're doing here. I think I remember that if he remembers. Okay. If we run into that situation.
I'm just a part of the back door, around down the back door.
You use a large screwdriver. You pop it up.
Where did you get the screwdriver from?
I don't know.
Would you be able to answer that? Walmart or Kmart?
In Gainesville.
Yes.
We got it at the same time with the chemist first.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Do you know if there was any
Take out page 67, please. That's right down. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you put your notebooks down and pass and you take a break. We're going to give your even stuff. Go ahead and take a break now. And we're going to bring you back in. Come, please, just watch your step.
Back to the first crime scene and the second crime scene. Can you describe to me how the clothes were taken off the victim?
No, sorry.
Would you be able to do that for us, Dan? You wouldn't be able to do that for us?
If you have questions that I'm not able to answer, if you will write them down for me, he will give me the answer. I will give it to you just like we're doing.
67.
I remember that. If you
Drop page 66.
Page
Back it
66.
up to 66.
Okay, can you tell me when this comes on, where we're gonna be?
We should be on page 66.
Approximately what line?
About 7.
Page 66, about line 7 should
So
be.
line 4, line 7.
Okay.
I'm just a part of the back door, around down the back door.
You use a large screwdriver. You pop it up.
Where did you get the screwdriver from?
I don't know.
Would you be able to answer that? Walmart or Kmart?
In Gainesville.
Yes.
We got it at the same time with the chemist first.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Do you know if there was any special reason why? This table was in.
To the best, Danny has been able to convey the things that he has done. He don't even, and nobody understands why he done these things except that he said there was a strong urge, like a hunger, a desire, possession, force, to force him to do these things. Something he literally couldn't control at the time.
Is that correct, Dan? Yes. Had Danny seen Chris Hoyt prior to this time?
I believe so, one or two times possibly. He, in none of these cases, set out and has believed in the papers at least, and just stalked these people intentionally. There was more. He may have seen these people at one day ahead of time or something like that, or just he was trying place from place. He went and tried a couple other places that he could do the same thing and wasn't successful. He got run over by the police on a couple of different occasions. It was more basically at random than it was as the person I want to get there, and I'll stalk her till I get her.
Is that correct, Dan?
Yes. Yeah, where he had seen Christopher walking around that street where she lived, just outside the apartment.
Is that correct? No.
I misunderstood on that.
Maybe, can you clarify that? No, at this time. Okay. If I ask Bobby some questions, maybe we can clarify that one? Yes. Have you seen her at any local shopping center?
I was wrong on that answer. I don't know the answer.
No, I haven't. Have you seen her at any local restaurant? Whether it be fast food or whatever?
Again, I don't know the answer.
I have not.
Have you seen it running quick stop or a little convenience store that's down the street from us? I don't know the answer.
No, I have not. Do you remember does he remember where he first saw her?
And I'm pretty sure that he told me, and it's my fault. I don't remember. We have covered so much ground.
Do you remember where you first saw her? If you don't, that's fine.
People are planning and waiting for great people bringing to a party.
The tape that was used in the letter is described as, I believe, masking tape.
Great duct tape.
It's gray duct tape.
Standard air conditioning duct tape.
Is that correct, Dan? Yes. What was the tape? Where was the tape on that? Where was it got? I don't know. Okay.
Was the tape purchased in Gainesville, or did he have that prior to getting to you? I don't know.
I don't remember that either. Okay, then, so I guess another question I have was anything taken from the Hoyt apartment that belonged to her?
No.
Is that correct? That's correct. Was any of her belongings? Excuse me, Golford?
I don't know.
Did you, let's go back to crime scene one, waiting for crime scene just for a second. Did Danny eat or drink anything while he was at waiting for crime scene? Or number one crime scene, whichever it is.
The example of the banana is prior to leaving.
The banana peel, was it left or was it taken? I don't remember. Okay. Was anything eaten or drank at the Hoyt party?
No. Is that correct? Or was the banana in that week?
At Williamsburg. Nothing that, or you don't remember anything at Hoyt, is that correct?
None of this without waiting for
Banana and apple.
Is that true?
Did you drink anything? Did he drink anything?
I don't know.
Where at Williamsburg, they crashing one. Remember? Don't know. Let's go to,
What did you drink anything?
Did you drink anything?
I don't know.
No.
I had some coffee, so it's good.
Did you drink coffee when you guys started?
No, we haven't.
Just to wrap this up.
Okay.
Here's your coffee, Dave. There's you one too, but I'll get you one tonight, and if you want one, I'll appreciate it.
I have a question for clarification. Entry was gained on all three crime scenes. Was it the same instrument?
Where he had to use force, one door was open, on the other two, he used a long handled screwdriver in the same instrument.
Same, was that true then?
Yes, sir. Okay, let's go to crime scene 3, which is the Gainesville crime scene, and that's where, we get started on this map, is there a convenience store down in the Gainesville apartment, so like maybe a quarter of a mile or so? Like it's got gas pumps in front of it, and it's sort of like a 7-Eleven, but it may not be a 7-Eleven. There's one directly across the street from there. So it's not a case. Okay. It's probably it's not right across. It's probably 150, 200, maybe 300 yards. That's east. And on the other side of the street. So that's going to be important for full on. Okay. We're at the Gatorwood crime scene on August the 28th of 1990. The bodies of Tracy Paul and Manny Boda was found in their apartment there. Is Danny Rowan responsible for the homicide of these two individuals?
Yes, it was.
Is that correct, Danny? Yes, sir. Okay. Can you describe how these homicides occurred?
Yes, sir. Danny, when you looked it up, and I made a copy of those time was about 3 p.m. I believe we're talking about 3 a.m.
Is that correct, Danny? Yes. Was it a wee hours of the morning or in the middle of the afternoon?
I believe it was in the wee hours of the morning.
Is that correct? Yes, sir. So we're talking 3 a.m.? Correct. Okay.
Time about 3 a.m. entered Tracy Paul and then I can pronounce his last name.
Spell it for us.
Tabouda, Manuel Taboda's domicile at the Gainesville apartment. I used the same heavy screwdriver to pry my way through the double glass sliding doors. Once inside, I entered Mr. Taboda's room. He was asleep on his back. I stabbed him first in the solar plexus, upward into his heart. He fought. I stabbed him 8 or 9 more times. His struggle lasted perhaps 40 to 60 seconds, and it was over.
But that's my opinion. I think Manny scared her. I don't think he knew he was going to be there, but even if he did, Manny put up a fight. And I think that scared him, and that's why he quit. Because he moved on to Ocala after he killed Manny.
Miss Tracy Paul heard the commotion in Mr. Taboda's bedroom and opened her door to investigate. She saw me and slammed the door, locking it. I kicked it in immediately and was upon her. I taped her hands behind her back, taped her mouth. All she had on was a t-shirt, which I removed. Then raped her. Turned her over on her stomach, and I stabbed her once in the back through the heart. She died quickly, 8 to 10 seconds, and it was over. I then removed the tape and dragged her into the hallway between the bathroom and living room, went into the bathroom, wet a washcloth, and wiped the blood from her face, and raped her again. I then reduced out her vagina with a cleanser I found in the apartment and left taking a black muscle shirt from Mr. Tabota's dresser. All 5 murders were committed with the same weapon as standard combat issue K-4, which I had bought in Tallahassee at an Army and Navy store about a month prior.
And the essence you just read about Gainesville Department of Homicide, is that all true and accurate? Yes. Tracy tape. Was her name taken?
Where she was. He take her hands behind her back and take her mouth.
That was before she was stabbed.
That was before she was stabbed already, the first time.
She was alive when she was raped the first time, before she'd been stabbed.
Yes.
Is all that correct, Nancy? Yes. Was there, in Gatorwood and Tracy's, was there tape put anywhere else besides on her body?
I don't know.
No. Was there anything taken from his apartment that belonged to the victim?
A black muscle t-shirt that belonged to Mr. Tamota that was on his dresser.
Any other thing?
No, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Was in any of the 3 crimes?
All right, it's 10:31 p.m. We turn to take 2 over to side B. Still private detectives Craig, Sergeant Hughes, Regulation 6, Bobby Lewis, and Danny Roy.
I'll repeat that question. I don't know how much you got. And any of the 3 crime scenes, was there any U.S. currency or money taken?
Yes, sir, but we haven't discussed this fully yet. You can get claims that I'll let you know what the answer is.
Okay. For clarification tonight, could we find out if it was all 3 crime scenes or any particular one?
I don't either.
You don't remember? Okay. So we ask where it might have been taken from, whether it be a piggy bank or a drawer or a wallet.
Yes, from the wall.
From the wallet, is that correct? A wallet, okay. Do we have one time? Okay, one wallet, one time. Was it, what crime?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. I can't remember everything.
Okay, during these crimes that Danny committed, he literally feels like he was obsessed and driven and has minor memory lapses about some of the things and some of the details that he tried to cover with me.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Does he remember how he removed Tracy's t-shirt?
I don't know. I know he remembers he did remove it.
That could you don't remember that?
No.
I'm sure he ain't mad at him no more, are you? I'm still mad at him. during all this that's going on, was he ever went home? I don't know. Yes, you do. I believe he was, but Bobby was January. Matter of fact, I know it was, yes. I know it was. I know where it was.
Is that correct, Dan?
I know where it was. It's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, forgive me, just, this has been a long, stressful thing for me, too, I'm sorry.
Bobby, was he wearing gloves in all 3 times?
I believe so.
Is that correct, Dan? This is correct.
Same pair of gloves, the gloves and the knife are buried together and can be found.
One pair of gloves used in all 3 crime scenes?
Don't know. But there is one pair of gloves.
Sure, that there may have been 2. May have been 2 pair of gloves, okay. I believe, that it was either in the letter or whatever that, Mandy Kubota put up a strong fight for the terrorist struggle, okay? And looking at the crime scene, I would say Dan, since he's the perpetrator, would have got blood all over.
Yes, sir.
Did Danny clean up himself at the scene?
I don't know the answer to that. Danny generally cleans up everything very well. I would say the answer is yes. I don't know what to do yet.
Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Did he change clothes at the scene?
I don't believe so. I know it did.
Okay. Do you know where the clothes, the gloves, and the knife is?
I know where the knife and the gloves are.
Is that correct? Is the clothes where they could be found?
I have no idea.
They're gone. Do you know where they went?
Probably in the trash somewhere.
Okay, so you
Landfill or somewhere.
these clothes were probably thrown in a dumpster? Can I get? Is that correct? What dumpster were they closed? Was the dumpster at an apartment complex or a store? Did you wait till you got back to your campsite to change clothes? Did you wait till you got back to the campsite? Is that correct? Okay, where's
At the scene of the last murder, he went on from there that night to bury the gloves and the night he was through, he had decided to quit what he was doing. That was to be the last victim. He was finished.
So,
Go ahead, Melissa.
Lewis, there was a reason behind it. This, during the time he served a lot of hard time. He'd had a lot of hard times. During one particular period of his life in parts in a penitentiary, it was exceptionally hard in a lot of ways. A lot of conditions, very inhuman conditions. During this period of time, under the conditions he was in and the way he was being treated, he just snapped and had made up his mind that he was going to search out and take one victim for every year that he had been punished. That was exactly what he did. Hewitt, this correction institute, Lewis, Parchment Penitentiary. Hewitt, in Mississippi, Lewis, I believe that's correct. Hewitt, is that Parchment T? Lewis, beats the hell out of me. Cramick, never heard of it. Hewitt, is that in Mississippi? Rolling, you never heard of Parchment Penitentiary. It's the largest penitentiary in the world, by the way. Dix, tell us about it. Rolling, tell. Hewitt, where is it at, Danny? Cramick, do you know how to spell it? Rolling, Mississippi, huh? Cramick, do you know how to spell it? Rolling, Parchaman, M-A-N, Parchman. Hewitt, I've read on your record.
had with Danny that related to a lot of, to do with his family, with his marriage, all come together. All come together there. He breaks itself down into different personalities that are the driving force behind what Danny does. There's Danny, there's Jesse James sort of side to Danny. There is a force that comes out of Danny known as E-Dad. There's a force that comes out of Danny known as Gemini. Gemini was who you would have found at 500 cents.
Dix, you said he decided to do take one life for every year he served in prison. Lewis, yes, that's correct. That at that time. Rolling, not Danny. Dix, and he's only served years in prison. Lewis, I believe that's what he must have served. Rolling, no, not Danny.
Could you go on and tell us where the knife and these gloves are buried or concealed or whatever?
Yes, I knew that how y'all missed him to be on the day, so y'all certainly must have walked over him a million times. It was right there from the gator end. If you go down, you'll find a convenience store that we just ask you about, and you know where it is. Beside it, you'll find a little dirt road. If you look behind that, you'll find a old wooden chicken coop that you can't see from the road. If you go up there to the chicken coop, to the chicken pens and go up to the second one and go down about 1.5 foot. You'll have your knife and you'll have your glove. About 1.5 feet deep.
Let me ask you something else, just for clarification now. You said the gator end. Are we talking about Gatorwood Apartments? The Gatorwood Apartments is where crime scene 3,
Where the last killing took place.
okay?
I'm talking about the crime scene for the last killing.
And there's a convenience store for the
He left from there on his bicycle, and he rode down to this convenience store. The convenience store, if they didn't throw away their camera, has him on camera inside the convenience store that night. If they don't think you they raise them every day. It's on Friday, actually. I'm here 18 years. Right.
the one right there where he gave the other day, but he didn't.
You really did?
Did y'all get me on that phone? We think so.
I think that would be pretty evident. I mean, I'm not,
We're not dealing with a camera and an angle. The angle of the camera is what we're saying. So, if you ask me, I think we should. Okay, but me, I can't think about it.
you need to reread what you just said there. It might be the first one. I missed y'all's conversation completely. Y'all said. You talking about the chicken coop? Yeah. Once you get the chicken coop, it's just all run down.
Let me ask you, this chicken coop, is it built kind of like a stable with an open area down the middle with pins off both sides?
Correct.
And you go in from the convenience store side of the thing, you go into it?
Right.
And it'd be the first or second one on which side?
I believe the right where it was scrapped.
To the right.
So if you're looking at it, you start down from the right.
The second one. Going to the right. Is it first or second? One or the other. Is it buried in any particular place there, or just somewhere below the ground? I mean, not in a corner, or not in the middle, but just, is it buried in the middle?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that correct, Dan?
Yes, it did. Okay.
And either in the first or second stop?
Yes.
Is that correct, Dan?
Yes, sir.
And
I'm sorry. In the description that, especially the gave of the structure, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that correct, Ian?
Very accurate.
Okay.
At the time that he buried these things, this thing was run down and abandoned, is that correct? Right, it couldn't be seen from the road.
Did it already have, is that correct, Ian?
Yes. He just wandered back there looking for a place to bury these things, and he found there was a chicken coop. It was about daylight at this time, so he hurried up and buried it. He got out there and got back to the camp.
Were there already little trees and large bushes growing up inside of the roots?
There was bushes and trees and shit everywhere. It was totally surrounded and covered with.
Is that correct?
I don't remember. Enough that you couldn't see it from the road.
Here's the neighbors, there was just dirt there. How do you do the hole?
I don't know.
Did you have a,
I don't know.
did you dig the hole tonight?
I don't know.
Can you clarify that for me? Just curious. Do you remember?
The glass night, were they in something or they just fell? That's to my understanding, they're just there. They're just laying in the hole. They're not in a bag. That's my understanding, they're not.
When Danny was, did Danny go to all the crime scenes on his license?
I don't know. And was stopped a couple times on by the police and had his ID checked under the name of Michael Kennedy on one incident. He was out looking for a victim and called the headlight was out. Officer checked his ID, it was under the name Michael Kennedy, and that should be on record somewhere.
Did he get a ticket for having his bicycle or a letter? He did not.
They just stopped for a couple minutes and then let him go.
Was that prior to any of the homicides occurring?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. He went to on two separate occasions to two different places that went to get a victim was one, the security guard come out and he was on a paint can or something like that and asked him what he was doing. He made a comment, what you do, right? And he just walked away. The security guard called the police, and the police come out there and almost got him that night. He just took away.
Where did that occur? What part?
I'm not sure.
Was it near any of the?
Everything that happened was reasonable around the area and miles.
When Danny went to these crime scenes, did he carry, for lack of better words, a ditty bag or a knapsack that he carried his tape and his knife and whatever else he may have carried? Did he do that?
He had a bag of beer.
Okay. Is that correct, Andy?
Yes.
In this bag,
Could be anything from the tape to cable knife to pistols to gloves to screwdrivers. Different times.
I'm sorry, did you say mask?
No.
Did he ever carry a mask to any of the
Yes, he did.
he wore the mask while he was entering the crime scene or roll out? Okay. Is that all that correct? Has this mask since been found by law enforcement?
I have no idea.
Can you answer that, Dan? Okay, let me ask you this.
No idea. I'm not used.
The mask that was,
There was a man. His basic outfit was some white, like sort of like a ninja outfit. With a one white black bags, college bags, strap bags, which it takes to use for code and everything.
Did he wear his black outfit to the crime scenes, or did he get to the crime scenes and then put it on?
Usually wore it to it. On the one occasion when he was stopped by the policeman for a light out on the bicycle, he had it on there.
Is that correct?
The little tape he had at the last scene,
No,
he didn't bury it with the knife.
if he did, I don't think he knows.
Is that correct? What was the case? Is there anything else, the tape or anything else buried along the dwelling, the cable or not? Was the whole ditty bag or whatever buried?
No, just to the best of his knowledge, just the gloves and the knife.
How did Danny clean up once he got back to his campsite?
I don't know.
Would he have used local apartment, maybe their shower room?
I have no idea what I want to.
Can you answer that for us, Dan? With swimming or dive into the water? At a nearby apartment? Did you just wash the blood off that one?
Did you get the mall in Gainesville?
There's some sort of mall there, and they theater.
Just right there, not too far from where you campsite was, that one in town, that was the Walmart and the,
Yeah.
but you pretty much just hung out in that area. Did you ever have a thing to be in a green station wagon type car while you were getting to it on? Were you ever in a cream color? Other than perhaps what Tony Dancy's car is.
Did you ever find, or did Danny ever find the Michael Kennedy ID?
Will you ever find it? Once he lost it.
He thought he had long, he did. He called the police department the next morning and asked about it, but he never found it.
Do you know if he called,
Yes, sir, and it's on tape.
do you know if he called the police department or the sheriff's office?
He said the police department, but it could actually be for him, could make it on. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Did he dial 911? I do not remember. To overcome until God says maybe you'll be alright. I've committed my soul to the Lord. I'm not going to excuse what a Christian should be, but I am that. And that is not shame. There you go.
This is the one where they got that took place in Gainesville. Before the first murder, he was looking for a victim at an apartment, but the complex did not watch him, came up on him. They called Gainesville, law was called, looked for him, and he got away, almost took that. Also, near the hospital, looking for a victim. This room was full on the back of somebody else. The blackout said he was there, checked his ID, and his name was Michael Kennedy, officer of the jail. The whole life of that.
On that incident, you remember what hospital it was? Could it have been the Veterans Hospital?
It's somewhere in that area, and
Was it big? Was it, like red brick? Okay. It's just help verify his story.
before the first murder, he spent 2 weeks in Gainesville, one at the university, and basically we were a week at the campsite. There were no rapes in Gainesville other than homicide.
Is that correct, man?
To the best of my knowledge, it was.
While we're on that subject, of the sexual assault on the 4 girls that were killed in Gainesville. Out of the 4 of them, I think I understood that there was 3 of them that were sexual assault for each crime scene.
I believe that's correct.
Is that correct, Ken? Okay. I'm sorry.
The question is just that.
There was 1 female at each crime scene that was sexually assaulted again. I think Ed touched on it a few minutes ago with Tracy, but on the other 2, just to clarify, were the other 2 victims alive when they were sexually assaulted?
There was a while where they sexually assaulted the first time, except for one case, we read one again and shit that.
Okay.
We covered that previously.
So, Christine Powell, Tracy Paul, Krista Wood were all 3 sexually assaulted while they were alive.
Yes, sir, but he also has a very big problem with evidence that's come out into the newspaper where.
Let's go through this one stage at a time if you don't mind. Okay. Is that correct, Ian? That they were all 3 sexually assaulted while they were alive? Okay, and from what you say, one of them was sexually assaulted again after she had.
At the time, Andrew River did all that.
That would have been Tracy Collins.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yes. Okay. I think where you were leading, Bobby, was that some of the media has published that some of these victims were sodomized.
And that their faces were splashed.
Well, I don't remember that, but
It's possible.
is that what Danny's upset about?
Yes.
Okay. Was, in fact, any of the victims sodomized?
No.
Is that correct, Ann? That is correct. In your definition, what is sodomy?
Penetration of the anus.
Okay? Is that it?
Sexual penetration of the anus area. Yes.
Danny, is that also your definition of sodomy? Yes. Okay, and none of these victims were sodomized, is that right?
That's right.
Was any of the victims forced to perform oral sex?
I don't know.
Okay, no, okay. Maybe. Okay.
The first girl in Lewisburg, University, she was not sexually assaulted.
Is that correct answer? So the female Sonia Larson that was in the upstairs of the first crime scene, was she sexually assaulted at all? Yeah. Okay. Did Danny take anyone to these crime scenes with him? No. Is that correct? That's correct. Did Danny take anybody to these crime scenes after the crime was committed? No, he didn't. Is that correct? That is correct.
Did anyone else at the time of the crime, did anyone else know that Danny Long was done? No, they didn't. Nobody had nothing to do with this or no knowledge of it except Danny was on the national law. Is that correct, Dan?
That's correct. All these stories about Solomon and stuff. I didn't do that.
Well,
And
it's possible somebody's face got cut in a struggle, but not falsehood.
everything.
I had, when he asked me, I told him that quite often false information was put in the newspapers to weed out the people that call in to try to claim they had done this. And that was probably one.
He was in Gainesville, did he, do you remember where he ate most of the time? Did he just go to fast food restaurants or?
He can't play a little sandwich shop over there, but I hear him exactly remember the name of it.
It was near the campsite. Taco Bell. Okay. Is Taco Bell, did you meet anybody at Taco Bell that we might have? Let me just line and okay. What was his name? What you said his name was? I did, yeah. Did you want me to tell you? What did you tell Tony your name was? I'm sorry.
I don't know, but I'm sure it's all in the that was Michael Kennedy.
Is that correct? Yes. What did Tony take? What was yours and Tony's relationship?
James searched him out to try to stop drugs.
Is that correct? Yes. Did he help Danny get any drugs?
Yes.
What?
I don't know. I think Craig was, I'm not sure.
About how much crack? We talking $20 or $40 or? Dude, it was. No, I take that back. It wasn't crack. It was marijuana. Marijuana.
So we had another accident where somebody tried to do it.
It wasn't much. It wasn't any good. Okay.
Well, I'm glad to see there's a little less swing here.
Did you do that? Kansas on Sarasota, or did you do Kansas and Tide? Yeah, you're correct. So you went Kansas on Tide, then Sarasota, Sarasota. You're correct. Gainesville, Tampa, and Ocala. You're correct. Okay, have you ever been to Gainesville prior to coming there in August of 1990? No. Never been in Gainesville? No. Okay. What brought you here? You know, one of the quickest and cheapest way to get from point A to B in each city is with a good bicycle. Believe it or not, you can 35 miles an hour on that bad day. You're in good shape, you know, you can go pretty quick. The standard mode section.
Really, in a way, this is very good for me, and I appreciate y'all putting up with me because, I do want to help out. And see, I want to be able to help out too.
Very surprised at the tremendous change in him between the time prior to he told me these things and after he went over so went to church, attitude changed, started smiling, very long, felt better about myself. That's why I've been so frustrated, crying. And I've been doing my damnedest to do something to give him an answer, to get straight up.
Is there any specific reason why Tracy Paul, the last female victim, was not for lack of better terms, the breasts were removed or anything like that?
No special reason.
And is that not correct? Was Larry said that there was no special reason. Is he correct or is he wrong? You don't have to answer why he's wrong or why he's right. There is a specific reason.
He was done, he was through. That was the last. When she died, that was the end of it. When she literally died, she died. That was it.
There's an additional part. Hewitt, that was the fifth victim for the 5th year that he served in prison.
It was very, but God knows that there's forces in this world, even that you even overpower even the strongest of us. I see them, and I know it's real, just as sure as I can. There's others, They're not angry, and they're looking awful hard. They don't have anybody else to really try to scale, because they know that the Lord God of heaven and earth is coming soon, and then they don't have any more time. It's the only way they can't even enjoy any kind of pleasure whatsoever other than through us. And the only pleasure that they have is well, they're evil, They're like, when they came from heaven, they were in an environment that was pure light and pure goodness and everything, but because Lucifer, the covering cherubim, had charge over all the other angels, the most beautiful angel of all. God loved Lucifer, and God gave Lucifer special power, but those powers went to Lucifer's head, and one day he said he would raise himself up above the throne of God, so he swayed a third of the angels. There was a battle in heaven, but it didn't last very long. God just expelled them. Well, it could be that was over the fact that Lucifer was even jealous because of us that God made, because we're different from the angels. And because that we can love God and love one another from a free heart. Whereas angels really didn't have much of a choice in that, I mean, you either serve God or you didn't, but God gave us the choice. And so Lucifer was jealous of that love God had for us. When God cast him out, he didn't have any place to go. The Lord knew he was coming down here. Why God had to come down here is beyond me, because God's ways are not our ways. God's ways are far, far greater than our ways. But that's, we've had trouble ever since because we look to one another, we look to ourselves for the answers to our problems in our world, and we no longer want to listen to our Maker anymore. And so there really is demons, gentlemen.
What about had enough of that Danny Womack from radio that he's because he's trying to express all his feelings that he is not and does not. He knows the difference between right and wrong. He knows what he did. He knows it's wrong. His perception of things and the way they are, he's trying to just tell y'all that'll help y'all maybe understand people like him or why somebody else or that he did things that he didn't. He's not trying to say things to. There's a lot of people where you're trying to tell you, oh, you know, like this is going to be some kind of insanity defense or something or anything like that there. As a matter of fact, he wants exactly the opposite of it. And he really realizes that he did, you know, and things he had done was wrong. Is that true? Yes, sir. Is there any, and that part of it, in a lot of ways, is important of why and the reasons behind it.
It's a lot more complicated than just what the service gentleman.
And it has a long history.
You know, I remember when I was a child and I had some very serious problems that needed to be corrected. And I don't hate my dad. I love my dad. He's done a lot of good things for me. But I remember Dad one day when all these problems just got to come, really come to his attention. And he sat me down and he said, "Danny," he said the words out. Now you gotta live with it. It's not worse.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body.
It's the same commercial every time.
Was a early history that a friend of his as a child took him to a next door neighbor where a young girl, a young cheerleader, they could look through the window and watch her strip and naked and take a bath and stuff like this here. This become routine become obsession and continued on through his life, all through his, even during the time he was married. He would sneak out and basically do this here, a drive to Dick's, to just look in windows started, Lewis. Windows started as a drive, rolling, Lewis as a child.
Used it as an escape from my dad, I think that the Korean War must have done something to him. I don't know.
We took a take over at 11:30 p.m. side 2 of the street.
But, as children, I struggled, and believe me, within myself, I have prayed, and I wonder why. But my dad was, our house was constantly in turmoil. It was a roller coaster ride, Mom and Dad was fighting so bad. Dad drove my mom to she had a major nervous, what do you call it? Well, it's not a nervous breakdown, but it's a massive nervous breakdown, complete nervous breakdown. But Dad couldn't help the way he was. I don't know why he was the way he was. And so I would use that other, it was sort of like in escape, I always look to see how other people were living, how they were happy. I would like to come in there for their family in a way.
Is there any other evidence hidden or buried or whatever anywhere that there's no evidence pertaining to the Gainesville murders that are hidden at this time?
At any of the pre-Gainesville homicides, did you go there and peek in the windows prior to doing the homicide? Did Danny go to the windows and peek in prior to the homicide?
I don't know that.
Can you answer for me? Yes. You did? Okay, at all 3 crime scenes? Did you see any of the Gainesville homicide victims undressing or anything on a previous occasion prior to you going in and committing homicide?
I believe, yes.
Is that correct, Nancy? Yeah. All 3 crimes?
I don't know. I believe it was just one.
Without
My memory is correct, I believe it was one.
And which one was that?
I don't know.
Okay, let's try this. Was it the last?
I don't think so.
Is that correct, Nancy? The last one being the one where the female and the male was. Did you peek at that one? Yeah. Okay.
Was that the night of the homicide, or was that the previous to the night?
Did you peek at the trading call for one of the night of the homicide?
I believe, yes.
Is that correct, Nancy? Yes. Did you peek in Krista Hoyt's one and see her undressing anytime?
Yes.
Is that correct, Nancy? Yes. Did you peek in women of Williamsburg and see those girls undressing?
No.
Is that correct, Nancy?
But he did see the Williamsburg girls, either the day of the homicide or Friday. It just happened that
Just random.
just happened that was the third found it wrong.
Yes.
Is that correct, Nancy?
And did Danny know that there was a man in that apartment?
No.
He had only seen the female.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah. When did you find out that the man was in there?
He walked into the bedroom.
Is that correct? Yeah.
At either the first scene where there were 2 people, or the second scene with the man and woman, did he take and remove the tape? Did he take and gag either of those victims prior to killing the first one he killed in this scene? The first scene, the girl upstairs, the girl downstairs.
I'm gonna have to pass the gap. I'll probably run the folks out of here. No, they don't eat Chinese food either.
And the one we presented, and the one with the 2 girls, the girl on the couch with his sleep, but he's on upstairs. Making nothing.
Left her sleeping, didn't bind her before he went upstairs.
Correct.
Is that correct? Yeah.
And then the third one where the girl and
Right, that was the question they asked. She was down later. The question was asked, did you mind her before you went upstairs to the first victim? She went upstairs and killed the first victim. The girl on the couch didn't wake up, then he come downstairs.
in the third scene, he killed the male before he found the female.
Correct. The male was in the room by himself. He stabbed him. This made the woman across the hall got her attention. She opened her door and peeked out, cut her, shut the door back. He run and kicked the door in and went out. Is that good?
Yes, sir. In a earlier interview where you had sent Bobby down here to talk to us, Bobby relayed to us that at each one of the crime scenes, there was a message there left for us. Bobby, do you know what that message was at each one of the crime scenes?
No, I don't.
Danny, could you tell us what that message is? Danny can't.
He just
Danny don't tell us why. Oh, I thought Danny told.
we're dealing with a different person.
Okay,
Same person here. When he's saying that, he said he don't understand why.
this message,
It makes him do what he does.
the way you described it earlier, that there was a message for us, law enforcement.
What he had told me is he said, there's a message they will understand. I didn't know how to interpret
Do
it.
you know what that means now?
No, it is, this is.
You don't know what that message is? No, sir. Okay. At crime scene 1, beside Christine Powell, there's a light bulb on the floor. Just a light bulb. Does that mean anything? Where that light bulb come from?
Never mentioned it.
Yeah, it might not mean anything at all. These girls were just moving in to the apartment. They had been changing light bulbs where she fell asleep. I was curious if it's anything to you.
Scratching away here, I can scratch and dig.
Dan, do you mind if we take about 3 or 4 minutes here and let us go use the bathroom? You might have to use it. Not at all. I need to.
You'd like to do so. Okay, well, it's 11:40 p.m. We're going to take a little break and we'll stop the tape.
You're on.
It's 12:04 a.m. February 1st, 1993. We're continuing the interview with Danny Rowling, Bobby Lewis. Next to first February. President Detective Craig, Sergeant Hewitt, Special Agent Joe. Great.
Danny, the bike that you used, the bike that Danny used in Gainesville, do you know where he got it from?
No, I don't.
Do you know where he left it?
So I don't know anything. Remember anything?
At the Gatorwood scene, which is the last one where the male and the female was, was there anything eaten or drank there?
No.
At the Gatorwood scene, which is the last crime scene, was there anything eaten or drinking drank there?
No.
Okay. At any of the crime scenes, did Danny watch TV or anything like that?
I don't know.
No. Is that correct, Dan? That's correct. Okay. Let's go to the campsite that Danny had for a few minutes. Is that where him and the black guy was headed the night the cops saw him?
Yes, it was.
Is that correct? Yes, sir. At the campsite, there was numerous things located. One was a tent. Was that tent, Dan?
Yes, it was.
Is that correct? Yes. Did Danny purchase that tent?
I don't know. Yes.
Is that correct? Yes. What did he purchase today?
I don't know.
I don't know the name of the store. Okay. Could have been possibly Walmart.
Could have been.
Is that correct? Yes. There was also a pistol found there at the campsite inside the tent. Was that Danny?
Yes, it was.
Is that correct? Can you give us, where did Danny get that pistol? Okay. Did Danny purchase that gun from a man in Sarasota?
Yeah.
Is that correct? And used in any of the 5 homicides, not as particularly as the murder weapon, but maybe to restrain anybody or anybody. Was it carried to any of them?
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct, Dan? Yes. It was carried to the crime scene, but it was not used.
In no way.
Is that correct, Dan? There was money found at the campsite. Was this money stolen in a bank robbery?
Yes, it was.
Is that correct, Dan? Yes. There was several pieces of jewelry and a couple of articles, amethyst ring and I think it's an 18-inch herringbone chain. And yeah, those 2 pieces of jewelry I just named, did Danny purchase those?
Yes, he did.
Is that correct, Dan?
Yes.
Was that purchase made in Sarasota at
The same place at the same time, the same person.
Is that correct? Yes. And that was a jewelry store in the mall?
Correct.
Is that correct? Yes. There were numerous articles of clothing and stuff. Did that belong to me?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. I don't know how Danny acquired these clothes.
I don't know.
They were purchased. All the clothes were purchased. Okay. There was also a small cassette player in the bag with the cassette tape in it. Was that cassette player Danny?
Yes, it was.
Is that correct, Danny? Yes. The tape inside has a recording on it. Is this recording Danny?
Yes, it is.
Is that correct, Danny? You know it is. It sounds on the tape like it was taped in 2 different locations. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Is that correct, Danny? Yes. The first part of this tape was it taped in a motel room, I believe, the Cabana Inn in Sarasota, Florida.
Yes.
Is that correct, Danny? Yes, sir. And the second part of this tape sounds like he's at the campsite in Gainesville. Is that correct? Yes. At the very end of that tape, Danny, it says, and I'm probably not quoting you here, it says, well, I got to go, I got something I got to do. Is that correct? Do you remember that? Yes. Was that thing that he had to go do, was that one of the first homicide, or one of the homicides?
Yes, it was.
Is that correct, Dan? Yes. Was it the first homicide? I don't either. Oh.
If there is, he's not aware of it. He just don't know why he did the things he's done.
Okay.
Other than to just compulsion and drive.
Why was Tracy Paula brought from her bedroom into the hallway?
To be cleaned up.
Could she have just as easily been cleaned up in the bedroom?
Have proved by the bad health condition of the bathroom.
Is that correct, Andy? I don't know. I suppose. Was one of the reasons possibly to pose her in that position where she could be seen from opening the door? What I just said, Dan, is that correct, sir? Okay. Do you remember when Paula entered the room or seen Danny dead and managed to vote her, and she ran back in her room?
She just cracked the door and looked at it, slammed the door back shut.
Okay, did she scream?
Yes, she did.
Is that correct, Dan?
Yes.
Was it real loud?
Yes.
Is that correct? Yes. Let's go back to the campsite for a minute. At the campsite, there was a screwdriver in the bag with his clothing and stuff. Is this screwdriver the instrument that was used to enter the homicide scene?
Yes.
Is that correct, Dan? Yes. There was a mask, a knit mask found not far from the campsite that was used as part of the bank robbery in Gainesville. Was this mask also used in the homicide?
Yes.
Is that correct, Dan? Yes. Bob, is there anything else that you know of that you'd like to say to us?
Not pertaining to the crime yourself, but a whole lot of some that's informed about the things that I believe have led him to do what he did.
Okay. Danny, is there anything
And what I reserve you as personnel.
Is there anything you want to say that having to do with any of the crimes that you committed?
Federal code.
Off the ground, okay? You just not to work for that city hall? Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm done. Pretty quick, y'all real long.
On page 51, rolling. I'm surprised at this because a lady policeman pulled me over about an hour after that, and she checked my ID, which was Michael Kennedy. Stated, you know, that there was someone scaring people.
Well, including the interview with Danny Rowland. It's 12:23 a.m. February 1st, 1993. Where are you?
State your full name, sir.
Russell Benstead.
Mr. Benstead, please keep your voice up so that everybody can hear your testimony. Where do you reside, sir?
Florida State Prison.
And how long have you been there?
Approximately 18 years.
The particular institution that you reside in, where is it located?
Stark, Florida.
Do you know, or can you tell this jury how many felonies, including escapes or attempts, how many felonies you have been convicted of?
20.
Have you had, during the course of your time at Florida State Prison, an opportunity to meet Danny Harold Rowley?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize him?
Yes, sir.
Would you point him out?
Sitting there in a blue shirt with a dark tie.
When did you first meet him, sir?
It's in July 1992.
How did you come about to first meet Danny Rowling?
I was a houseman runner on W Wing, which was the psych ward at Florida State Prison.
Tell me just very briefly, what is a houseman? Does that mean you have the ability to move around?
Right, take care of the wing, feed the patients or prisoners, whatever the case was.
How did you learn that Mr. Rowling was going to be on that wing?
I overheard two doctors say we were gaining a celebrity late that night, 5 or 5:30, which would be late. And the other doctor asked who it was, and he said Danny Rowling. And I knew who it was from, accounts of newspapers, radios, TVs. That was the man accused of Gainesville murders.
After he arrived, did you actually meet him?
Yes, sir.
Before he arrived or shortly after he arrived, did you have any discussions with anyone else about the fact that he was going to be on that wing?
My working partner, Robert Lewis.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Lewis meet Danny Rowling?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when Danny Rowling ever spoke to you about the events of the Gainesville student murders?
Yes, sir.
The first time he ever talked to you about the murders at all, where was he and where was he located and about what time was that?
The first mention he ever made of it was the next day. He was in a strip cell on W Wing in the psych ward. It was in the afternoon after lunch.
Did he give you any specifics?
No, he'd had some problems, and the medical technician from the wing had come down and said that Danny was down there in tears, and that something had took place, and that he was having some problems. So I went down there to see what it was, and he said he was being harassed and hassled and called names, and that he had wished people would leave him alone, that God had forgiven him. I told him, I said, God may have forgiven you, but the state of Florida and Gainesville hasn't forgotten or forgiven you. He said, yeah, he says, I've done a lot of bad things in my life. He says, and I killed those people. He says, but I've been forgiven. He says, I'm going to heaven.
Now, this was when he was first with you on W Wing?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how long did he stay with you on W Wing?
Approximately 30 days.
Now, did you ever advise him on how to do anything so that he would stay on W Wing?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
To fake a suicide attempt.
Did he do that?
Yes, sir.
After he left W Wing, after about 30 days, did you ever have occasion to again see Danny Rowling?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
It's about July of '93, I think.
What occasioned you to see him back again in July of 1993?
Well, I think they had taken him to Chattahoochee for evaluation or something. When they brought him back to the institution, he ended up on my wing, which was V Wing at the time.
What? Say that letter again.
V Wing.
And when he was back on V Wing, did you have an opportunity to reestablish your relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk with him?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe how you two, how frequently you two conversed?
Well, the first 2 or 3 days, not very much at all. After that, daily. And then maybe 2 weeks after he on the wing, we was around each other quite a bit every day.
Did there come a point in time when he gave you specifics about the Gainesville student homicides?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
It's probably just a day or so after Robert Lewis had moved off the wing.
And do you have any idea when that was?
I think it was in February.
Of what year?
1993.
Now, had he been, to your knowledge, speaking with Mr. Lewis about these crimes?
Yeah, extensively.
How did you know that?
Well, Lewis had told me, but I knew from, the conversations they were having, they were pretty intense, you know.
Did Danny ever tell you he had talked with Bobby?
Not until after Bobby had left.
And then what did Danny say to you after Bobby had left the wing?
Well, he was really upset with Bobby. He felt that Bobby had betrayed him by leaving the wing without telling him, hey, I'm leaving, or Bobby was afraid of him.
What was Danny's attitude towards Bobby at that time?
He was really upset with him. At that time right there, he was just, at that point right there, he was really upset with him.
Did Danny ever give you anything about the Gainesville student homicides?
Yes, sir.
Was that the first time that you got the specific details about them?
No, I had heard little bits and pieces of the stories that he had told me about the different homicides. Up until that point, that was the most specific.
Are you aware of how many scenes there were at which the homicides took place?
Yes, sir.
How many?
3.
How do you know that?
Some of it from reading the papers, but most of it from Danny Rowland.
Did Danny tell you about the specifics of any of these crimes?
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you any specifics regarding a scene in which 2 girls were located?
Yes, sir.
Would this have been during this time period that you've described of February 93?
It would have been after that time.
How much after that time? If you recall.
If I recall. Sometime probably between February and September and October. But there's always sometimes a piece would come out of the blue, or he'd talk about, he might describe a scene to me, and then months later, something had flashed, and he'd tell me just a little something else about the scene.
How long did you stay with Danny Rowland? When's the last time that you were in conversation with him?
Just before Thanksgiving of 93.
So from February of 93 until just before Thanksgiving of 93, with some frequency, or can you give me some estimate of the frequency that you spoke to him?
Every day.
And during that time period, how many conversations would you say you had about these crimes?
It seemed like every day a reference would come up to the crimes.
Were you trying to get information about these crimes?
Yes, sir.
Why?
It'd be valuable information to have.
Now, going to scene 1, are you able to, which is the one with the 2 girls, are you able to tell this jury what he told you occurred at that crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell this jury what he told you occurred at that crime scene?
Danny said he had entered the apartment. Said he discovered one girl sleeping on the couch. And he noticed some stairs leading, looked like up to another room. He followed those stairs, and he came upon another girl sleeping in a bed. He said he had to make a decision there on which girl he was going to rape. Said he had to kill one outright. And he made a decision there and killed the girl in the bed upstairs sleeping. When he left there, he went downstairs.
Did he tell you how he killed her?
He stabbed her through the back with a knife.
Did he tell you what kind of weapon in specific he used?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
So a Marine issue K-bar.
Did you ever have any conversations with him about why he used that weapon?
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you?
He said that knife, K-bar, was a killing knife. Says what it was made for, designed for.
Did he give you any examples of why it was designed for that?
He said it was heavy, sturdy, had a long, broad blade, and had a bloodline that ran down the middle of it.
Did you know what a bloodline was?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's a groove that runs down the length of the blade to allow oxygen for penetration and removal from the body.
Did he ever discuss the effectiveness of this knife for those purposes?
Yes, sir.
What did he say about it?
He said it went in like butter and came out like butter, so he stabbed through bone.
Now, I interrupted you. He had killed the girl upstairs. What did he do next?
He went back downstairs, woke the girl on the couch sleeping. And, he taped her hands behind her back, and he raped her and killed her.
Before he raped her, did he describe the way in which he had sex with her?
Yes, sir. He said he had oral sex with her, and also.
I want to be specific. The oral sex, was it her upon him?
Yes, sir.
Did he describe that?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know was this something he told you the first time, or did he tell this over time?
This was over a period of time. I think he just, one of the last things he told me about that scene there was the oral sex part of it.
All right. On the oral sex, did you question whether or not he was telling the truth or in any way test his veracity?
Yes, sir.
I want you to tell this jury how that conversation took place and what was said.
I asked Danny if, when she was having performing oral sex on him, what could he have been thinking? Because she could have bit his penis off. And he says he wasn't worried about that. The girl was thoroughly terrified. She was too scared. She would have done anything at that point to please him, hoping she could live.
Did he tell you whether or not the girl downstairs was aware of what had happened upstairs?
Yes, he said he had the girl from upstairs blood all over him. And the girl downstairs had to know from the amount of blood all over him. So that just added to her terror, you know.
Did he tell you after he raped her what he did?
He said he killed her.
Did he tell you how?
He stabbed her through the back with a knife.
Did he tell you anything else about that scene?
As he was raping the girl downstairs, she had made a statement to him about he was hurting her. And he told me, he said, I told her, take the pain, bitch.
Anything else he told you about that crime scene? Before he left, any thoughts he had?
Not that I recall.
Did he express any regrets about that crime scene?
Oh, he said he regretted not killing the girl downstairs and raping the other girl upstairs. He said the girl upstairs had a better body.
Did he ever describe to you another crime scene in which he committed murder?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the name of the victim at that scene?
Well, there was two other scenes. There was one with a guy and a girl, and one with just a girl, Krista Hoyt.
The one that you used the term Krista Hoyt, is that a phrase he used in reference to it?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us what happened at the Krista Hoyt scene, or how you learned about what happened at the Krista Hoyt scene?
Well, first he told me about it. Later he wrote something down for me about it.
Now approach the witness, Your Honor. Rusty, I'm going to show you now a document that's been previously marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 8F.
I question his motivation for wanting the information. Because they
I'm showing you now the first part of that document, which appears to be a two sides of one notebook page, and ask you if you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
He's not lying.
And what is that document?
This is what Danny Rowland wrote for me in regards to the Krista Hoyt murder.
I'm showing you now the second page, which appears to be one-sided, a one-sided document, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. There's a poem titled Gemini.
Oh,
Do you recognize it
Yes,
as
sir.
one given to you by him?
Yes, sir.
The signature affixed to this is whose?
Danny Rowland.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the person that wrote out these actual documents?
Yes, sir.
Who did you observe write these out?
Danny Rowland.
These documents, the document in particular, the two-sided letter describing the Krista Hoyt crime scene, is it in general the same as that which you were told about the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
John and State removed at this time exhibit AF and the evidence as a composite. That being first the envelope. Yes. Was it contained in an envelope? I don't know what was given to you.
No one was given to me. I placed it in the envelope myself.
When you turned this over to state authorities, was it in an envelope?
Yes, sir.
Have the marking evidence as a composite, first with the envelope, then the two-sided letter, then the poem bearing title Gemini.
And the green.
Any objections prior, other than those which you have raised previously?
Yes, sir. We would have an objection to the third part. If you would like, we can make that amendment.
Spence said, I want to clarify something about these documents. The letter was given to you at one point in time.
Yes, sir.
Was the poem given to you at the same point in time?
No, sir.
Was it given to you at a different time?
Yes, sir.
Both given to you by whom?
Danny Rowland.
When you turned the documents over to the state of Florida, were they together?
Yes, sir.
And in that envelope?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you could, would you tell the jury the first time that you ever told anyone you had these written documents?
When I had a deposition here and I was being deposed by the defense in September
Of what year?
'93.
And during the course of that deposition, you were asked some question?
Yes, sir. I was asked if I'd ever seen anything written down in Danny Rowland's hand.
And what did you do?
I called for a timeout, recess. And I explained to Mr. Nylon that what I had, and myself and a detective from the sheriff's office went to my cell, retrieved it, brought it back, and I believe he made copies of it and distributed it.
Now, before that day, did anybody from the state or anyone else, had you ever offered them in any way these documents?
No, sir.
Had you ever tried to use these documents in any way for your own gain?
No, sir.
You've had an opportunity to review that which has now been marked in evidence as states 172B. That's the letter.
Yes, sir.
Is there any detail about that crime, that being the Hoyt crime, that is not contained in the letter that was given to you? Do you know of anything else that you were told but wasn't included when you got the letter?
It's all the same.
Were anything different, anything more that you were told?
No, but some of the sequence of events that took place in that letter, I think were a little different when he told them to me, but they're all included.
Did he, Mr. Rowling, ever discuss with you the third crime scene? Did he tell you about before I leave that, maybe this would be a good time. These documents, particularly the document 172B, that's the letter, would you tell this jury how you actually got that letter from Mr. Rowling?
Danny, I was going to leave Danny and go to another area of the prison, and I went to him and told him I was going to leave.
Wow.
That I wasn't just going to pull up on him as Bobby Lewis did. I was giving fair warning. And he said, well, if that's my decision, fine. Before I left, he was going to give me some valuable information. And
Did he tell you why he was going to give you information?
yeah, he wanted, if I could, to kind of block Bobby Lewis from whatever, some of the information that he had given Bobby Lewis,
Wow.
Well,
That doesn't even make sense.
started writing this down. He wanted me to, once he had finished, to transfer it to my handwriting and return the original that he had written down back to him. Well, I took the paper and I went across the hall to my cell, closed the door, hung a curtain up and couldn't see in or see out. And before I did this, I had my next door neighbor, I told him to give me 5 minutes in the cell, then kick the cell door and holler shakedown. When 5 minutes was up, the man kicked the door and said the word shakedown, and I flushed the commode, come out of the cell, and seen it wasn't a shakedown, and kind of I went off verbally, and actually it was just a ploy to make Danny think that I'd flushed the original where I could keep the original that was written in his handwriting without too much of a problem.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And is that this document?
That's the original that he written.
Now, I was going to ask you about scene 3. That's the scene where there was a man and a woman. Did you ever talk to him about that scene?
Yes, sir.
He
Did
is
you tell this
saying,
jury
yeah.
what he told you happened at that crime scene?
Danny said he entered the apartment. It was 2 bedrooms. The first one he entered had a large man sleeping in the bed. So he looked down at the man and was kind of hesitant.
Bobby Lewis is going to testify.
Said he knew he had to kill the man if he wanted to get to the girl. So he
I
stabbed
looked
the
him
man
up.
while he
I
was
couldn't
sleeping.
find out what he did.
So he stabbed him many times, cut him many times. He said the man put a hell of a fight up. He said the man realized he was in a fight for his life. At one point, the man came close to overpowering Danny. But in the end, I guess, the man died. When he stepped into the hall, he seen a girl standing there. She had something in her hand. She turned, went into the bedroom, shut the door.
Did he tell you what he thought that might be?
He thought it might have been a weapon of some kind. So he kicked the door into the bedroom and realized that what the girl had in her hand was a curling iron. So he was relieved. So the girl told him, says, "You're the one." He says, "Yeah, I'm the one." And he taped her hands behind her back, raped her, and killed her.
Did Danny ever discuss with you, in the course of these discussions, watching these people die?
Yes, sir.
What did he say about that? During the course of your discussions of these cases, did he ever in particular recall any details about the victims, how a victim looked, or anything that he specifically recalled about any of the victims?
Yes, sir. One in particular, the girl from Hialeah, he told me that her pubic area was shaved, except for a small strip.
And how do you know that the girl from Hialeah was one of these girls?
Well, then he stopped me, he had a pornographic magazine in his hand. And there was a picture of a girl in there, with her pubic area shaved in this manner.
You have porn in prison?
And he pointed out to me, he also, on the end of his bed, had a newspaper article with pictures of the 5 victims. And he pointed to the girl, Tracy Paulus. And I looked under her name, and it said from Hialeah, Florida. And he pointed her out.
Now, when you had your discussion with Danny about his being upset with Bobby Lewis, I want to revisit that just for a minute. Did he ever indicate that Bobby Lewis had lied about any of the details of the crimes?
No, just that he'd betrayed him by leaving him. He felt too that he was responsible for Sandra London not being able to visit him.
But he never said anything about being mad with Bobby for not telling the truth.
No.
Do you know for a fact that did Bobby have at one point in time Danny's ear more than you did?
Much more.
And that was at a time period before.
Okay, I found it. Shadow. You're on YouTube, dear. Do you know that? It says Robert Bobby Lewis was a Jacksonville criminal who specialized in drug ripoffs and business burglaries. In 1976, he murdered another hoodlum and was sentenced to death. He escaped from death row by putting on a guard's uniform someone had smuggled in and walking out of prison. He was recaptured a few days later. While in prison, he befriended Danny Rolling, who confessed to Lewis that he had killed 5 students in Gainesville in August 1990. In exchange for his testimony against Rolling, Lewis was transferred to a prison in Minnesota where he died of hepatitis C. So I guess this did help him. He got to go to a prison in Minnesota. I guess maybe it was closer to family or something. That was from an article in the Tampa Bay Times. And I think it said, I don't see it now, but I thought it said, I could have sworn I saw somewhere where it said that he was the only person to escape from the Florida State prison, but now I can't find it. Oh well. He was born in Jacksonville. He's from Jacksonville. Why do you want to go to Minnesota? But I guess that's what he got for participating in the Danny Rolling saga.
Where Bobby left?
Yes, sir.
During that time period, how much time did you observe Bobby Lewis spending with Danny Rolling?
8, 10, 12 hours a day.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Well, he was the one that was
Referring now to State's Exhibit
for
172C.
Danny in those recordings, but he's
It's
going
the
to actually
poem.
testify too.
Did you ever have any conversations about who Gemini was?
Yes, sir.
Who told you who Gemini was?
Danny Rolling.
And who did he say Gemini was?
Said he was Gemini.
The letter 172B which is the letter that is the rendition of the Krista Hoyt murder scene.
Yes.
There is a reference in there to a tampon.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that you were specifically told by Mr. Rowling about her condition that is not contained in this document?
The whole two people. that's
About her
watching that.
condition?
The fact that she was on her period?
No, sir.
Judge, at this time, the state is requesting a redacted version of 172B to be brought in. Upon agreement that the 172B redacted is appropriate, I'll be submitting both of them. I'll be submitting the redacted version in as a B2 like we've done before, and then I would request to be allowed to publish 172B and C to the jury by reading these to the jury as opposed to having him read them to the jury.
I'll allow that.
All right, we got agreement on the redacted version. You may proceed. When I get to redaction, I'm just going to say redaction occurred, continue to read. I'd like to have the redacted version marked in evidence as 172B2. On the night of Christy Hoyt's murder, I, Danny Rowling, broke into her apartment by using a screwdriver to pry open the double glass doors and entered her bedroom. The time was approximately 10 o'clock p.m. I waited until Miss Hoyt returned. She had apparently been playing tennis. She was dressed in athletic t-shirt and shorts and tennis shoes. I watched her approach across the green lawn. She opened the door to her apartment and entered, closing the door behind her. It was dark and I had moved a bookcase to her bedroom earlier to have a place to hide in the corner by the front door. She placed the tennis balls and racket on the kitchen table. Her back was to me, but she heard me moving towards her. She turned just as I grabbed her. There was a brief struggle and we went to the floor. I then duct taped her mouth closed and taped her hands behind her back. Then I moved her to the bedroom. She was placed on the waterbed and her clothing was removed. I discovered she was on her period, and so I removed her Tampax. Then I raped her. Afterwards, I turned her on her back and stabbed her once over the heart, through the back, on the right side. She died quickly, 8 to 10 seconds, and it was over. I then turned her over on her back. A redaction occurs. And left. The knife I used was a military-issue K-bar. After I had left, I discovered I had lost my wallet. So I returned to Miss Hoyt's apartment to look for it. It was nowhere to be found. As I was leaving, a redaction occurs. Then I sat up Miss Hoyt's body so it was sitting up on the edge of the waterbed with its arms resting on its knees. A stream of blood poured and pooled at its feet. Then I left it that way, sitting up. I have one question I need to ask the witness. Were you ever explained, not what happened, but were you ever told why the positioning of the body took place? Don't tell me what happened to her, but why the body was positioned.
Yes, sir.
Who told you that?
Danny Rowland.
Why did he say he did that?
Your,
Sorry. I believe my question was to you, did he tell you, please don't answer what he did, why he positioned the body in the way that he did at Krista Hoyt's?
Yes, sir.
What did he say as to why he did that?
So you want to leave everybody something to think about. You want to invoke terror.
Terrorize us.
Now reading 172C, Judge. Gemini, the moan, the groan, the silver moon shone, the whisper, the cry, dead leaves fly. Though the haze it smells your fears, then it appears. Your nightmare come to life, a maniac with a knife. The moan, the groan, the silver moon shone, the whisper, the cry, dead leaves fly. Tonight in the arms of Gemini, a captured butterfly will die, burned red with fever, then turned gold forever. Forever, my dear, no more pain, no more fear. Close your eyes, my dear, and sleep. The moan, the groan, the silver moon shone, the whisper, the cry, into the night comes Gemini, and tonight you die, by Danny Rowland.
Before my cross, I'm going to ask to first Judge briefly, and I believe I need 5 minutes, Mr. Cummings.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vincent.
Afternoon.
You and I have had an opportunity to speak on 2 previous occasions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I believe Mr. Smith has made reference to depositions taken in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was when you and I have had an opportunity to talk.
That's right.
You testified that you first met Mr. Rowling when you were on W Wing working with Mr. Lewis.
That's correct.
At that time, that was a mental health wing.
That's right.
You've indicated that there was, you assisted Mr. Rowling with a suicide attempt in order to allow him to stay on the wing.
That's right.
In fact, what happened is you learned that the doctors were going to transfer him off the wing onto P wing.
That's right.
You did not want him to be transferred because then you couldn't continue to talk to him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you wanted to continue to talk to him to try to elicit information about the Gainesville murders.
It's true.
In fact, you told Mr. Rowling that P wing was a really terrible place.
It is.
And that he could be injured or killed if he were transferred there.
It's true.
And you had to talk him into the suicide attempt.
I gave him an alternative.
The alternative was he would be transferred to P wing.
That's right.
But you actually had to convince him to do it because he initially did not want to do it.
Well, he said he wasn't suicidal.
You had to convince him to do it.
Convinced is the word I would use, but
He was not hot on the idea of a suicide attempt, was he, Mr. Vinstead?
no, as opposed to going to P-Wing, he was
After
ready.
your description, he wanted to go to P wing less.
Right. He was opposed to suicide.
You were transferred off of W wing shortly before it closed,
Yes.
and it was soon after that that it closed and Mr. Rowling was transferred to Chattahoochee.
That's right.
You then saw Mr. Rowling again when he was transferred on to V wing with Bobby Lewis.
That's right.
Okay, the 2 of them came on together,
That's right.
and that was approximately the end of January.
That's correct.
Did you know that Mr. Rowling had come into Florida State Prison at the beginning of January?
No.
Mr. Lewis was then transferred off of V wing about the beginning of February.
Sometime in February.
During the time that Mr. Lewis was still there, you had an opportunity to overhear some of their conversations about this, didn't you?
Yes,
Towards the end of the time, right before Mr. Lewis was transferred off.
yes,
And after Mr. Lewis left, you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Rowling about the murders.
it's true.
He knew that you would tell investigators what he was telling you, didn't he?
Yes,
And he told you this information with the understanding you would tell investigators.
it's true.
Now, you were then with Mr. Rowling on V-Wing from January when he first came in until November, just before Thanksgiving, I believe you testified?
That's right.
You were about the only one on V-Wing that Mr. Rowling would associate with after Lewis was taken off, isn't that correct?
More or less.
During the time you were with Mr. Rowling, he told you that during the time of these murders, the time while he was in Gainesville, that he had smoked a great deal of cocaine and was drinking alcohol.
Yes,
And specifically, don't you recall that Mr. Rowling told you that he was under the influence of cocaine at the time of the murders?
yes,
That is
And alcohol.
not a defense.
Is that correct?
that's correct.
While you were with Mr. Rowling on V-Wing, you had an opportunity to observe Mr. Rowling's different emotions,
Yes,
and you observed that Mr. Rowling had strong mood swings.
that's right.
That his moods would swing quickly from calm to anger to tears and back again to calm.
It's true.
Mr. Rowling has told you that he's been visited by demons.
Yes,
He told you specifically about one visit that occurred at night when he was in bed, where a demon went up the wall and around a curtain, bringing a rush of cold air with it.
that's right.
And you have testified that it's your impression that Danny believes in these demons and that he's serious when he's describing this to you.
I believe that. I believe he believes it.
Additionally, Danny has told you that he is Gemini when he kills and Enad when he robs.
That's right.
He's told you that Gemini is invincible.
It's true.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor. When he came back to V-Wing from Chattahoochee, was V-Wing a psych wing?
No,
He did not return to a psych wing.
no,
You said you were asked about his mood swings. You've seen his mood swing from calm to nervous. How about to violent?
too violent.
Would you describe that you've had the opportunity to view him when he was violent?
Yes,
He told you about the demons and that he'd been visited.
yes.
When he told you who committed these murders, who did he say committed the murders?
See, he committed them.
No further questions.
Mr. Smith, I don't think it's through you. Anything else?
No.
Any more questions? Let's take a recess, ladies and gentlemen, if I keep you back in the jury.
Diane McDougall,
And Ms. McDougall, where are you employed?
Jacksonville Regional Crime Laboratory at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And how long have you been employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
15 years.
What position or title do you hold with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I'm a crime laboratory analyst in the question document section.
What type of education, first of all, do you have for such a position?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in criminology from Florida State University
And when did you receive that degree?
in 1974.
Okay. And have you had any additional training besides your educational background in order to qualify you for this position?
Yes, sir. I completed a structured 2-year training program with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Jacksonville in the field of question documents. I've also attended 2-week courses taught by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the United States Secret Service on document examination.
Let's go back to the 2-year program. If you could just describe briefly to the jury how that training process works in order to qualify you as an expert.
The first portion of the training program consists of reading books and articles by recognized professionals in the field on topics such as the basic theories and principles of document examination and handwriting identification, systems of handwriting, class and individual characteristics, the significance of these characteristics. It also includes mechanical impressions such as typewriting, photocopiers, photography, studies of inks and papers, and reconstruction of damaged documents and anything else in the field of question documents. Following that, and a period of practical exercises and tests in all of these areas, there's a portion of actually working cases under the supervision of an experienced examiner and working the cases and having them reviewed by an experienced examiner.
And approximately how long does the part where you are working in conjunction with an experienced examiner take place?
Well, the entire program is 2 years. That's focused on the last year, but it occurs throughout the training program.
Okay. And approximately when did you start working cases on your own without that supervision?
February of 1984.
Okay. And since that time, are there occasional proficiency tests in the area?
Yes, there are.
And have you maintained that proficiency in this area?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, sir. I'm a provisional member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and a member of the Southern Association of Forensic Scientists and the Southeastern Association of Forensic Document Examiners.
Have you ever testified as an expert in a court of law in the state of Florida in the field of question document analysis?
Yes, sir, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Ms. McDougall in the area of as an expert in the area of question document examination. McDougall, let me start this way. Let me show you what's marked States Exhibit 8G, 8H, and HI. 8I for examination, your examination. Those are for identification purposes at this point.
Yes, sir.
Now that you've had a chance to examine, generally, what are each one of those items?
Individually or collectively?
Collectively.
Collectively, they are the known handwriting of Danny Harold Rawling.
And at least in terms of at least one of them, those were standards that you took. Is that not true?
Yes, sir. I was present when they were taken.
And in terms of the other ones, they were identified to you as the standards of Mr. Rowley.
Yes, sir.
And you've had occasion to work with these documents on numerous occasions, have you not?
Yes, sir, I have.
And in making these comparisons, have worked with these standards for quite some time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've had occasion, or have you had occasion to compare them against some other documents?
Yes, sir, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that these documents marked for identification, that would be States Exhibits 8G, 8H, and 8I for identification be admitted into evidence. Okay.
8G accepted as number 173, 8H accepted as number 174, and 8I accepted as 175. Your Honor.
Mr. McDougall, let me ask you to examine a couple of other documents. Going all the way to State's Exhibit 9 for or 9 for evidence, ask you if you examine that item, if you would.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that item before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you done some comparisons on that document?
Yes, sir, I have.
And specifically, what did you compare when you did the comparisons?
I compared the handwritten entries on this document to the known handwriting of Danny Rawling.
Okay. Could you give us just a brief summary of how you go about making a comparison?
When we learn to handwrite, we do so by copying a model that's provided to us, either in a book or on the blackboard. And we all have a common image of what letters are supposed to look like so that we can read each other's handwriting. But each person develops their own individual characteristics in their handwriting. These may differ from the model, or they may just be slight variations. These things are such as the slant of the writing, the size of the writing, the speed, the skill of the writer, the formation of specific letters, the addition or deletion of extra strokes, the pen lifts between the letters, the ratios of different parts of the letters one to the other. And each person develops a combination or set of these identifying characteristics. And when we find the same set of identifying characteristics in a body of questioned writing that we found in a body of known writing, then we can say that the two writings were done by the same person.
Okay, now, in rendering opinions regarding these documents, is there a specific range of opinions that you can render concerning the comparison of a question document versus the known standards?
Yes, sir, there is.
What's the range of that?
The range that we use, if you start in the middle with this person can neither be identified nor eliminated. If we move towards an identification, we would say the weakest is there are indications this person could have done it, this person probably did it, or this person did write this material. It would be a full identification, the strongest opinion. Moving towards an elimination, we would have the same sort of language. There are indications this person might not have done it, this person probably did not, or this person did not write this material.
Okay, now let's talk about in the specific, comparing State's Exhibit. Did you compare State's Exhibit 9 for evidence against the known standards in State's Exhibits 173 through 175?
Yes, sir, I did.
And based upon those comparisons, do you have an opinion concerning the question document versus the known handwriting standards of Danny Rawling?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that opinion?
Excluding the entries which would normally have been written by a clerk, the handwriting on State's Exhibit 9 was written by Danny Rawling.
Can you be specific as to the type of entry that you are saying was written by Danny Rawling, please?
Last name, first name, initial, address, city, state, and guest signature.
Now, the name that you're saying that was written by Danny Rawling, what is that name, please?
Michael J. Kennedy.
Okay. Let me show you what's marked State's Exhibit number 10 in evidence, and I think it's open at this end, and ask you to examine that document, if you would.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you familiar with that document?
Yes, sir.
Did you perform an examination of that document?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you compare that document against?
Compared this with the known handwriting of Danny Rawling.
And based upon that comparison, do you have an opinion or a conclusion about the handwriting on that document?
Yes, sir.
And what is that opinion?
That Danny Rawling executed the name, address, city and state, zip, and signature entries on this document, which is State's Exhibit 10.
Now, this particular document, State's Exhibit 10, is identified on the front as what?
Travel Lodge guest registration card signed Michael J. Kennedy.
And in fact, Travel Lodge stated on that?
Yes, sir.
Right. And I don't know if I asked you, but looking at State's Exhibit 9 in evidence, What is that of?
It's a University Inn folio, guest registration,
And what city is that located in, at least
Gainesville.
from the receipt?
Gainesville, Florida.
Okay? And in terms of this particular travel lodge, States Exhibit 10, what name is written that you're identifying as Mr. Rowling?
Michael J. Kennedy.
Okay? Now, let me ask you to take a look at what's
Like
marked
5
as
minutes.
States Exhibit 172B, which is a one-page document with the front and back. And I'd like the record to reflect that this is the unredacted version of that, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
Have you made a comparison on that two-page document?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion about that document versus the known standard, States Exhibits 173 through 175?
Yes, sir. This document was also written by Danny Rawling.
Now, Ms. McDougal, if I could, there is a large amount of handwriting on this document.
Yes, sir.
It's almost completely full. In fact, it is completely full on both sides of that page.
Yes, sir.
How much of that writing is in fact Danny Rowling's handwriting?
All of it.
Okay?
The handwriting and the hand printing.
And the hand printing?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to form opinions concerning hand printing?
Yes, sir.
And on that document, it's all Mr. Rowling's handwriting?
Yes, sir.
Or printing?
Yes, sir.
Other than some small case number identification material, is there anything else on this document that you can see that is not written in Mr. Rowling's handwriting, in your opinion?
No, sir.
I want to show you one further item marked States Exhibit number 172C in evidence, and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Have you formed some comparisons on that document?
Yes, sir.
And do you have an opinion or conclusion concerning those comparisons?
Yes, sir.
First of all, what's identified at the top? What's the title of the document?
Gemini.
All right. And concerning that particular document, are you able to render an opinion or conclusion about any portion of the document?
Yes, sir. Only this signature.
Only the signature. And why only?
Document is hand printed, but it's a ornamental hand printing, rather like calligraphy, and it's not suitable for a comparative examination. The signature is naturally handwritten.
Okay. Are there any type of calligraphy standards contained in States Exhibits 173 through 175?
No, sir.
Based upon your comparisons, what is your opinion concerning that document?
The by Danny Rawling at the bottom of the document was written by Danny Rawling.
Okay. Do you have an opinion concerning the other portion of the document?
That it's not suitable for a comparative examination.
So you can't tell either way about that because of the nature of the type of writing?
That's correct.
Concerning these documents that I've questioned you about, is there any doubt in your mind that the portions that you've identified for the jury were in fact written by Dan Rowling?
No, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor. No questions. I'd ask that she be excused, please, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Man, I'm having such a bad hair day today. Okay. That's it for today. I'm not going to stream fried oysters. I love seafood, but that is the one. That's the one that I just. Maybe I haven't had it cooked right. I don't know. Most of my family's gone now, but when they were alive, they like raw. Ugh. On a cracker with Tabasco. Ugh. Yuck. I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to take a 3-day weekend because I'm exhausted. I didn't realize how tired this would make me. All I'm doing is sitting here. But I don't know. I guess I'm using my brain more than normal, so it's making me tired. I don't know. So, and we have bike club in the morning, except for Flash because he's on an iPad and he can't figure out how to get a membership. I tried. I only had enough money to gift one last time I gifted, and it didn't go to him. But I tried. And I don't get paid till the 21st, so yeah, I know you won't be there. So I will see you guys Monday. And the reason why I'm stopping a little bit early today is because the next part is like an hour and 15 minutes. And it'd be like almost 4 by the time we get done. So, and I got to cook dinner and everything. I want to go lay down and rest a little bit before I have to get up and cook. So I'm going to stop it there. So the next part is some kind of a doctor. I guess like a psych doctor or something. I don't know. And then the part after that, we finally get to meet Bobby Lewis. So I guess him cooperating in this thing did actually help him, which I find strange. Find really strange. He got moved to a different prison that he wanted to go to for being a puppet for Danny Rolling. So, okay. Bye, guys. Like, subscribe, share all the YouTube-y stuff. Tell your friends. Meet 5 million people, Flash, so you can tell them. I'll see you guys Monday. Bye. Have a great weekend. I love y'all.